In the midst of the apocalyptic wasteland, where grotesque monsters roam unchecked across shattered cities, a lone truck hurtles down a cracked and desolate road. Inside, two desperate survivors cling to hope as they race toward their families. Yet danger is closing in. The monstrous beasts are rapidly gaining on them. That's when our main man, Kim, swings open the back door of the truck and begins utilizing his mysterious subspace to fling an assortment of random junk straight at the oncoming creatures. Refrigerators, of all things, prove shockingly effective weapons. The pack of monstrous hounds is crushed, their bodies scattering across the ruined asphalt. With the threat gone for now, nothing stands between them and their path forward. Kim even takes out a can of Coke and a snack dome, retrieving both from his subspace, before offering them to the driver with a calm smile. But this isn't just an ordinary subspace. It's a full-scale logistics facility, capable of infinitely replicating supplies and materials, all under our hero's absolute command. He can even hide inside it himself whenever he wants, and bring others into its sanctuary if needed. But how did he come to possess such an unbelievable power? The story rewinds to only a few days earlier. It begins with Kim, an exhausted 9-to-5 worker, chatting idly with one of his robotic coworkers. He keeps talking, but the clanker barely reacts, unable to grasp human small talk. This workplace is almost entirely run by AI robots, so that's the closest thing to social contact he gets. Our boy sighs in quiet frustration, wondering how his life ended up surrounded by machines. Just 2 months earlier, he had left the military full of dreams and motivation, but reality hit hard when his parents sent him a message saying they were moving to another city. That meant our boy had to start living alone in a small studio near his old school. His parents covered 6 months' rent, and he still had his savings from the army, but finding a job was now up to him. He thought adult life would be easy and bright, until he actually tried applying for work. Rejection after rejection piled up. He didn't have enough experience for his age, they said. A month later, frustration began eating away at him. He texted his sisters, only for them to tease him. One jokingly suggested applying to an AI delivery company, saying the job would be simple. And that's how he ended up here, talking to robots instead of humans. Lost in thought, he's suddenly approached by his manager, who tells him that the stock shows no more tuna cans available, though the system claims otherwise. The manager orders him to check the storage boxes, then disappears before Kim can even respond. Our guy just stands there thinking that his boss is somehow colder than the robots themselves. He trudges toward the back of the store, eventually finding the missing boxes stacked neatly in a corner. As he reaches for them, he hears the heavy door slam shut behind him. Turns out, his manager accidentally locked him inside the back room. Kim tries calling out, but his phone's got no signal. Accepting the situation, our boy decides to just chill out for a while. It's not so bad after all. He even sends a goofy selfie to his sister. But suddenly, she replies with panic, saying a building just collapsed in front of her house. Moments later, her name flashes on his screen in an incoming call. He picks up, only for the entire facility to start trembling violently. Alarms blare through the halls. Chaos erupts as staff members shout for evacuation. Kim bangs on the locked door, yelling for help, but no one hears him. His phone dies, cutting off all contact in hope of rescue. Then, someone begins hammering at the door from the outside, violently. He isn't stupid. Deep down, he knows that opening that door means certain death. So he sits down quietly, forcing himself to stay calm and wait it out. The banging eventually stops, and he ends up trapped there for 3 long days. He figures something catastrophic must be happening outside since no one's come for him. Ironically, being locked inside has probably saved his life, so he can't complain too much. Using the last bit of his phone battery, he types a message to his sisters, hoping that some soldier or rescue team might find and save him. Suddenly, a glowing system window appears before his eyes. He's been chosen and granted an ability. It says he can store one object inside his personal subspace. Staring at the floating screen in disbelief, our boy assumes he's finally lost it. As a joke, he tells the system to store the entire logistics center inside. The system asks for confirmation. He says yes without hesitation, and in an instant, the entire facility disappears into thin air. Kim steps outside for the first time in 3 days, only to see the world in complete ruin. The system informs him that the transfer will take some time, but he can hardly focus. His surroundings are beyond comprehension. A massive shadow suddenly looms before him, without even needing to turn around. He senses pure dread. Whatever it is, it's bad. He steadies himself, then bolts forward, screaming for help as he runs for his life. Glancing back, he sees the creature chasing him, a towering ogre, and judging by its sheer speed, it's going to catch him in seconds. But fortune finally smiles on him. The system completes synchronization. Just as the ogre lunges to tear him apart, he quickly accepts the prompt on screen. In an instant, he's teleported into his subspace through a glowing portal. The ogre remains outside, visible through a shimmering barrier. It can't enter without permission. But that's not even the most shocking part. When he turns around, he realizes he's standing inside the very logistics center he just stored. Struggling to comprehend this madness, he receives a system notification congratulating him for completing the tutorial and entering his subspace for the first time. His reward: a manstone. Our boy stares blankly. He has no clue what to do with it. Meanwhile, the ogre continues pounding at the entrance. To be sure, he asks the system if the creature can enter without permission. It confirms no. Through the interface, he begins examining the logistics center's data and stats. He notices a countdown showing only 2 minutes remaining and asks the robot what it means. The robot explains that the subspace requires constant energy to stay active. To maintain power, he must use manstones. Each one keeps the facility running for 24 hours. Kim also realizes his robotic assistant, Pax, seems noticeably smarter now, but their conversation is abruptly cut off as the power shuts down. Pax warns that without power, both the stored food supplies and even the robots themselves could deteriorate. Apparently, this facility contains an advanced system for storing and distributing fresh vegetables, meats, and other provisions. Our boy immediately grasps that in a world like this, food is now the key to survival. He turns to the robot, asking how he can acquire more of those precious stones. The mechanical clanker calmly replies that to obtain additional mana stones, he must slay the monsters roaming outside. Our boy freezes for a moment, startled by the revelation, but after a short pause, he decides to use one of his existing mana stones to power up the facility for now. After all, if he's going to fight those creatures, he'll need a weapon, so he begins rummaging through the toolboxes around him. He knows charging straight at the monsters is far too risky, so he searches for something he can throw from a safe distance. Yet, judging by the sheer size of those tools, he's unsure whether they could even scratch a beast as massive as the ogre. Still, our boy doesn't have much of a choice, and it's not like he needs to defeat it in one strike. So he steels himself and hurls an axe straight at the ogre's body. As expected, the blow barely grazes its thick, stone-like muscles. After hacking at the ogre for a bit, he retreats to check his remaining inventory. That's when he realizes he only has one axe left in the box. He tells the robot to recheck the stock, while wondering if he should use something heavier. Maybe aim for the joints instead. At that very moment, the robot finishes its scan and reports that there are still 15 axes available. Hearing that, Kim thinks he should start conserving them carefully. However, moments later, he realizes something strange. The stock count hasn't changed, even though he's been throwing axes nonstop. Our boy rushes back toward the tools section, and to his amazement, he finds several axes lying around exactly where he left them. The robot then explains the truth. No matter how many times he uses these items, their quantity will never decrease. In other words, this facility grants him an infinite supply of tools and resources. That means he can keep throwing axes without ever worrying about running out. Unfortunately, his throwing power is weak. It barely scratches the ogre, almost like a tickle. Thankfully, the robot suggests a better way. He can automate the process by shipping items directly outside. This shipping feature comes with a 30-second cooldown, but the delay shortens as the skill levels up. To activate it, all he has to do is say the words "ship it" while picturing the desired item, and the system will send it out automatically. Excited, our boy tries it out. Instantly, an axe materializes outside, soaring through the air and smashing right into the ogre's skull, knocking it unconscious. Kim stares in disbelief at the sheer force behind that throw and asks the robot what just happened. Pax explains that the default shipping speed is 40 miles per hour, but thanks to Kim's current level, it's already boosted to 50 miles per hour. Moreover, to further enhance this ability, he'll need to collect more mana stones. At that instant, our boy finally grasps the system's mechanics. It's like a survival game, and he's starting to win. Fired up, he prepares himself to venture back outside. Everything he needs is stored safely within the facility, including a map for navigation. He marks his next destination carefully and decides to take his electric bike, since walking through monster-infested streets is out of the question. Dramatically, our boy rolls out on his bike from the subspace, declaring to no one in particular that he's coming to save everyone. Half an hour later, he's already taken down 12 ogres. During his brief excursions, he realizes just how overpowered his subspace ability truly is. From within it, he's completely shielded from harm, yet still able to launch devastating attacks with ease, even though the shipping skill has its 30-second delay and distance limits. He knows he can upgrade it further using more mana stones. On top of that, he discovers a recall function that allows him to pull items back after shipping them, effectively hitting his targets twice. And this doesn't just apply to tools. He can even recall mana stones themselves, meaning he never has to step foot outside if he doesn't want to. By now, he's gathered 13 mana stones, and as long as the facility stays powered, he's practically untouchable. With that thought in mind, he finally steps outside again. He needs to find his family and bring them into safety. But as soon as he exits, something in the sky catches his attention, huge wings cutting through the clouds. He realizes ogres aren't his only problem anymore. While distracted by the soaring wyvern above, he suddenly hears desperate screams echoing in the distance. Our boy immediately recognizes it. It's someone crying for help. Sure enough, he spots an old man being chased by that same giant wyvern, far too slow to escape its wrath. The monster lashes out with its tail, slamming the old man to the ground before stalking closer. One of the man's companions rushes toward him, trying to help, but the wyvern doesn't even acknowledge him. It keeps its eyes locked on the fallen man. The rescuer realizes it's probably targeting the weaker prey on purpose. With only a small knife in hand, he debates attacking, but deep down, he knows it's pointless. The blade won't even scratch such a monster. Just then, both men notice a sudden beam of light streaking through the sky toward them. Before they can react, an axe flies past at lightning speed, striking the wyvern cleanly and killing it on the spot. Our boy arrives casually on his electric bike, asking if they're all right as if it were nothing. The two men, trembling in disbelief, ask if he's a soldier. He shakes his head and points to his uniform, explaining that he works for the logistics center's warehouse division. The men exchange stunned looks, convinced he must possess some incredible ability to kill a wyvern in a single blow. Turns out, one of them also has an awakened power, but it's just driving, and he hasn't had the chance to use it properly in this chaos. Our boy asks if there are any other survivors nearby. The men explain that many people had gathered at a warehouse to find food, but that same hunger drew monsters too, and most of those people didn't make it. Now only 15 remain, hiding deep in the terminal basement of District E. The two men had ventured out to scout safe roads and search for supplies. However, they mention that the entire warehouse vanished mysteriously, and they even invite Kim to join their group. He hesitates, weighing his options carefully, then agrees to go with them. He needs information as much as they need hope. He knows they're taking a risk, bringing in a stranger like him. And besides, they have no idea how his ability really works. If things go south, he can always retreat back into his subspace. Everything sounds reasonable, until he actually arrives at the basement and spots a man standing over an ogre's corpse, absorbing its aura. One of the men approaches the figure, asking if everything's okay. The man, apparently their leader named Jinmok, explains that an ogre had wandered into their base. Thankfully, they struck first and took it down. Despite the close call, no one was hurt. It's proof that even this supposed refuge isn't safe from monster attacks. As they converse, Jinmok notices a new face in the group and asks who he is. One of the men quickly explains that Kim saved them from a wyvern earlier, and that he's from the logistics center. Jinmok's expression softens as he praises our boy, amazed by his strength and composure. Then a woman approaches, taking Kim's hands and thanking him sincerely for saving the two scouts. Kim awkwardly scratches his cheek, saying it was nothing worth mentioning. The woman smiles brightly, and perhaps caught in the moment, asks if he's single. That's when the leader steps in, apologizing for her boldness with a polite nod. He explains that the two scouts are like family to them, and formally introduces himself as the branch manager. After the introductions and gratitude settle, Jinmok begins explaining their situation, how they've been rationing supplies and rotating shifts to guard their storage. But when he mentions the warehouse, he still doesn't know about its disappearance. So one of the men steps forward and quietly informs him that the entire building is gone. The news sends a wave of shock through everyone present. After all, they had been relying on the warehouse as their main source to restock food supplies. With that option now completely gone, the leader wastes no time and orders the group to dig the tunnel as fast as they can. It was part of their original plan, but now it has turned into a desperate necessity, as they can't survive here without food. Everyone agrees immediately, their faces filled with grim determination as they begin preparing to dig. Meanwhile, our boy stands there, utterly clueless about what's going on, and asks what they're even talking about. The guy beside him explains that there are still other survivors living in different areas, and they can only reach them using vehicles. Unfortunately, every possible exit has been blocked off except for the tunnel, but even that tunnel is guarded by a swarm of wyverns. They've been saving food all this time, so they could carefully plan their move through the tunnel. Yet now, with their situation worsening, they no longer have the luxury of waiting. Jin Mok then tells our boy that he doesn't have to go with them, since he still has his bike and can leave this place on his own. But our boy replies that he needs a car too, meaning he can't avoid the tunnel either. Deep down, he knows he's capable of handling the wyverns alone, but he doesn't want to expose his powers just yet. Even though these people seem good-hearted, they've been in survival mode for far too long and have been constantly fighting monsters. It's better for him to stay cautious and keep his true abilities hidden. He suggests going into the tunnel first to scout out the situation, but in truth, his plan is to handle the danger alone so no one else gets hurt. Back when he killed the ogres, he had checked the system for possible upgrades. It had revealed new skills, like precision delivery, double shipping, and auto shipping. Each of these required 10 mana stones to unlock. Our boy decided to hold off on spending his mana stones for now, preferring to save them for something more important later. Kim grins quietly, thinking that there's only one thing he truly needs to upgrade to deal with the wyverns. His plan is to clear the tunnel by himself, collect the mana stones from the monsters, and strengthen his skills even further. However, things don't go quite as planned, and he ends up stuck with the same guy from earlier, the one who's now driving his bike. The guy explains that they couldn't just let him go alone since it's too dangerous, even though our boy had already saved him and his buddy from a wyvern before. It's the same driver guy with the unique driving ability, so our boy asks if he got a pop-up window when he first started driving. The man admits that he did, but only once, and even so, he somehow feels confident he can handle any vehicle. In a twisted way, this man has become the apocalypse's version of an Uber driver. Even our boy looks uncertain, muttering that if the guy can't actually drive properly, they might as well walk. A few moments later, the driver suddenly climbs onto the handlebar and starts steering the bike like it's a skateboard. He casually says that it's easier to see ahead this way. Meanwhile, our boy is nearly losing it, heart pounding, since he can't even see what's coming in front of them. Then the driver spots a wyvern straight ahead and quickly asks what they should do. They end up performing a chaotic drive-by maneuver and manage to snipe the creature right in the head. The wyvern goes down hard. Finally, they reach the tunnel. Unfortunately, their relief doesn't last long. More wyverns are already waiting for them at the entrance. The driver freezes up in fear, muttering his last prayers as the creatures close in. Just before he gets drenched in monster slime, our boy swiftly opens his system window and upgrades his shipping skill to shorten its cooldown. The wyverns charge toward the terrified driver, their shadows swallowing him whole. But just before they reach him, our boy strikes, killing both monsters in a single move. The driver glances back in shock. What he sees leaves him speechless. Our boy stands calmly in front of a glowing portal, with the entire facility behind him. He then spends 1 mana stone to further reduce the cooldown of his skill by 5 seconds. He keeps doing it, again and again, until it reaches a 5-second cooldown, which can't go any lower unless he upgrades his subspace. Afterward, he recalls the mana stones stored inside his subspace, then tells the driver to stay behind him. The man looks ahead and spots 2 more wyverns rushing straight at them. But strangely, they can't seem to get close, almost as if something is holding them back. Our boy sends one of his shipments outside, an attack aimed at the wyverns. The moment one of them lunges forward to strike, he instantly retreats into his subspace, vanishing from danger. From within his subspace, he continues hurling more axes without pause. each one slicing through the air with lethal precision. The driver watches in stunned disbelief, finally realizing the terrifying potential behind this strange ability. He can tell that, if our boy really wanted to, he could tear through the entire tunnel with almost no effort. The tunnel is crucial for everyone else, to transport vehicles and move supplies. But for him, all he truly needs is a car. The man can't help but wonder just how far he plans to go, especially since his electric bike won't last forever. Suddenly, the wyverns begin retreating in panic. That's when the driver notices the glowing mana stones scattered across the ground. Kim seems surprised that the man doesn't even know what they are. He calmly explains that these stones can be used to strengthen one's abilities, which leaves the man wide-eyed in disbelief. Then the man asks if he could actually destroy the entire tunnel alone, considering how powerful his ability appears to be. Our boy only gives him a quiet grin, saying nothing in response. His silence makes the man even more anxious. Kim finally admits that his real intention was only to check whether he could clear the tunnel on his own, revealing his powers was never part of the plan. Hearing that, the man's expression softens. He apologizes for interfering and ruining the plan, but our boy assures him it's fine. After all, without his help, he might never have even found the tunnel in the first place. The two then decide to return. On the way back, the man curiously asks how far our boy is planning to travel with the vehicle. Kim reveals that he's heading to Wu Zhongbu to reunite with his family. Something clicks in the driver's mind, and he excitedly mentions that he's also heading the same way. His family lives somewhere in between. He asks if he can join our boy on the journey. He knows deep down that even if the tunnel is cleared, his own chances of surviving alone are slim. Kim, on the other hand, is strong enough to fight off monsters without issue. The man suggests that they team up. He'll be the driver, and our boy will be the fighter. Listening to him, the MC realizes that it's actually not a bad idea. The guy is skilled behind the wheel and seems reliable enough. Plus, teaming up with him would also help conceal his true powers from everyone else. Deciding to take the risk, he agrees to the plan, but only under two conditions. He alone will clear the tunnel, and the man must promise not to reveal his abilities to anyone. The man nods eagerly, promising he'll convince the others to cooperate. Moments later, he's already standing before the group, proudly praising our boy and his incredible powers. Now everyone knows. He's going to clear the tunnel alone, and he possesses some extraordinary skills. Meanwhile, our boy just stands there awkwardly, silently thinking that he's completely screwed now. But since everything's already out in the open, he decides there's no turning back. He straightens up and firmly declares that he'll clear the tunnel by tomorrow morning. Knowing they're running out of food, he understands he has to move quickly to give them hope. Once he's finished speaking, Jin Mok approaches him, saying that they won't pry into his abilities or interfere with whatever plan he has. Still, they want to offer him something in return. That something turns out to be their own stash of food supplies, precious rations they've worked hard to save. Our boy looks flustered and politely refuses, insisting he can't accept since their stock is already limited. But the driver insists it's fine, reminding him that he, too, has a family waiting for him. His words hit deep, sending our boy into silent reflection, wondering if his own family is safe right now. That night, everyone brings out a few drinks to celebrate, calling it their last night before they can finally see their loved ones again. When morning arrives, our boy gears up for the tunnel raid, mounting his bike with calm determination. He assures them all that he'll return soon. Everyone watches as he rides off, their hopes resting entirely on him. From the entrance, he can already see dozens of monsters roaming freely within the tunnel's dark depths. The scene fades into a flashback, back to his past, when he used to bicker with his little sister. Their father would watch them with a warm smile, saying that the two of them always seemed so close. He'd mentioned that he himself grew up as an only child and couldn't help but feel a little jealous of their bond. He would often remind them that one day, when they're older, they'll understand just how precious family truly is. And right in the middle of his lecture, his wife would appear and call out, telling him to come help with dinner. The dad would immediately comply, heading off with a grin, leaving the two kids behind. Kim would sit there, smiling quietly, feeling the warmth of his family fill his heart. And just the night before the tunnel raid, he sat again by the wall, watching, remembering, and cherishing that feeling. That night, the air was heavy with emotion. Everyone cried quietly, thinking about the loved ones they longed to see again. The driver woke up in the middle of the night and quickly realized that our boy was missing from his spot. He stepped outside, searching, and finally saw him a short distance away, carefully loading supplies into the trucks. When he asked what he was doing, our boy explained that he was filling each truck only halfway, so they wouldn't become too heavy to drive. Since he had plenty of supplies stored up, he didn't mind sharing some of them. The driver could hardly believe what he was seeing, that someone would go this far for others, even when survival was at stake. Time skips forward to the day of the tunnel raid. Inside the dark passage, our boy charges ahead, effortlessly cutting through the monsters one after another. Deep in his thoughts, he wishes he could bring everyone into the safety of his subspace. But right now, it can only hold a single person. If he could reach level 2, it would expand enough to shelter up to 20. Unfortunately, that upgrade costs 100 mana stones, far more than he currently possesses. Even if he slaughters every wyvern in this tunnel, it still might not be enough to reach that level. Still, he knows that one day he'll need to level up, because his ultimate goal is to protect his family within that safe space. While lost in thought, he suddenly senses a pair of eyes fixed on him from the shadows, a wyvern watching from afar. Unlike the others, this one gives off a chilling, ominous presence that makes the air feel heavier. Meanwhile, everyone else waits anxiously outside the tunnel. They're deeply worried, but they also know that if they went in, they'd only slow him down. Then, out of nowhere, someone spots him emerging from the darkness, covered in blood from head to toe. At first, panic spreads through the group, but when they notice the calm, confident smile on his face, that fear melts into overwhelming relief, and cheers erupt all around. The tunnel has been cleared. It's finally safe for them to move out. Jin Mok gives a short, heartfelt speech, wishing everyone good luck on their journey. Before they depart, our boy mentions that he's left a small surprise in each truck's cargo, something to help them in case trouble finds them on the road. The engines roar to life as the trucks begin to roll out. Our boy watches them leave, parting ways with the group he's fought alongside. Yet even as he rides off alone, his mind lingers on that strange wyvern he encountered in the tunnel, the one that fled before he could finish it off. He suspects that creature might have been their leader, or something even worse. Up ahead, their truck rolls over the body of a fallen soldier, but they don't stop. The road is littered with corpses. There's no space to mourn. Our boy can't help but think that he could have been one of those bodies if he'd still been serving in the military. His thoughts are abruptly cut short when the truck halts before a stretch of barbed wire blocking the road. They assume the barricade was placed there by the military to stop the monsters. Advance. Given the situation, the driver suggests turning back to find another route, but our boy has a different plan. He's spotted a cluster of monsters beyond the fence and intends to use them to level up. Instead of retreating, he asks the driver whether they can squeeze through using the narrow sidewalk nearby. The man hesitantly says it's possible, and that's all the confirmation our boy needs. With a determined grin, he tells him to drive straight ahead. The driver's hands tighten on the wheel, nerves eating away at him. His anxiety spikes when his eyes catch sight of what's happening up ahead. An ogre locked in a brutal struggle with a pack of dog-like beasts. For a brief moment, the ogre fights valiantly on its own, but the pack overwhelms it from all sides, dragging it down and tearing it apart like it's nothing but prey. Sweat trickles down the driver's face as fear takes hold. He pleads with our boy, insisting they should turn around before it's too late. But our boy doesn't flinch. With unwavering confidence, he declares that this route is their best chance, and even compares the situation to a game of StarCraft, as if it were just another strategic battle to win. The field before them now feels like one of those intense game arenas where players cleverly use terrain to turn battles in their favor. He calmly explains that the same logic applies here. Proper positioning and sharp timing could completely change the tide. The driver guy hesitates, finding it absurd that a tactic from a video game could work in reality, but in the end, Kim's unwavering confidence wins him over. Our boy then instructs him to carefully reverse the truck toward the narrow sidewalk. Reluctantly, the driver follows his command. The grinding sound of the tires instantly captures the dog's attention, pulling them away from their grisly feast. At that very moment, the hero focuses on his system interface. He decides to activate his auto-shipment ability earlier than planned. He spends 10 mana stones to power it up, leaving himself with 27 remaining. Moving swiftly to the rear gate of the truck, He commands the system to enhance his delivery speed using the leftover crystals. The stones dissolve into light, boosting the shipment speed from 70 to a full 100 kilometers per hour. Our boy then opens the portal wide, as if daring the beasts to come at him with everything they've got. The battle ignites instantly. The hounds rush toward him, their ferocity shaking the air. But before they can reach him, the system announces the delivery of a massive refrigerator. The heavy unit smashes into the monsters with crushing force, leaving them dazed. Every few seconds, another refrigerator blasts out of the glowing gate. In moments, a dozen hounds are flattened, 12 mana stones shimmering in their place. My man grins, clearly pleased that his plan works even better than he expected. His skills have grown sharper since the tunnel fight, where he first tested these strange abilities. Although his axes could now benefit from the speed buff, he learned that quick-moving enemies were far too agile to rely on them alone. So instead, he developed a delivery precision skill, a focused strike that launches straight ahead, but only when an enemy lingers within range. Against the hounds, it proves far more reliable. If he'd used axes, their rapid movements might have let them dodge and close in on him. Worse yet, these creatures never retreat, no matter how many fall. He knows that within mere seconds, another hound could rush him again. Swinging an axe here would be reckless. But refrigerators, those are a different story. When one slams into them, it doesn't stop at just one target. It crushes several at once, completely breaking their advance. Because of that, he barely needs to move. The system handles the rest flawlessly. Watching the endless cycle unfold, the boy grows increasingly lazy, even a bit bored. He orders his clanker companion pack to keep dispatching deliveries non-stop, and the system obediently complies. The monsters keep charging in, but every single time, a refrigerator meets them head-on, wiping them out instantly. From the driver's seat, his companion watches in pure disbelief. He can't fathom how this man keeps flinging refrigerator after refrigerator like it's nothing. He'd always thought the axe was his only weapon, and unlike the axes, this guy doesn't even bother retrieving them. He just keeps summoning more without hesitation. Then, out of nowhere, the side door swings open and our boy steps out casually, asking if his friend wants something to eat. Shocked, the driver blurts out a question. Does he really have an unlimited supply of this stuff? Kim looks confused for a brief second, then tilts his head and asks if his friend didn't already know. The driver hurriedly explains that he thought Kim was reusing the same axes by picking them up afterward, not creating new ones each time. Hearing that, our boy bursts into laughter, clarifying that he only picked them up so no one else would get hurt. Leaving sharp blades lying around could be dangerous. That's the only reason he ever collected them. Hearing the truth, the driver wipes cold sweat from his brow and nervously asks again if the resources truly never run out. My man casually confirms it, then smoothly changes the topic back to food. His friend shyly requests a Coke Zero and a donut. Inside the truck, the driver lowers his head, apologizing for misunderstanding him all this time. He admits he never truly grasped the nature of his power and feels guilty for accepting kindness, food, and protection without understanding what it cost. But our hero just smiles, reminding him of the day he chose to follow him into the tunnel for patrol. That memory still means a lot to him. He says he deeply appreciates the trust placed in him, promising to repay that faith someday if his friend ever needs help. The driver also expresses his thanks, saying that without Kim's efforts in clearing the monsters, he wouldn't have made it this far, and now he can finally go home soon. He mentions that once they cross the bridge, his house is only an hour away. Our boy brightens up, genuinely happy that his friend will soon reunite with his family. Even so, the driver's face clouds with worry. He hopes his loved ones are safe and waiting for him. Kim notices the tension and lightens the mood by teasing him about his tattered, filthy clothes. He suggests preparing a fresh outfit while the fight continues. When asked what kind of look he wants, the driver hesitates. He admits he isn't sure whether his system can produce what he imagines. Moments later, my man appears fully geared, dripped out like a veteran monster slayer. Our boy glances back and notes that only a handful of hounds remain, the rest already reduced to dust. Suddenly, his transformed friend shifts the gear stick into first, slamming the accelerator with a determined roar. The truck surges forward with incredible force, sending up clouds of dust as it storms onto the bridge. Even our hero finds himself startled, taken aback by this sudden burst of skill. The driver warns him to hang on tightly, vowing to cover what normally takes an hour in just 20 minutes. The car swerves wildly, its balance so unstable it sometimes seems to ride on only 2 tires. It jerks violently from side to side, like a storm tossing a fragile vessel. Before long, the rough motion overwhelms him, and our boy groans that he's about to vomit. But suddenly, his friend brings the car to a halt and announces they've arrived. When they step outside, the sight before them leaves them both stunned. Massive buildings tower overhead, yet every one of them is cracked, crumbled, or half-collapsed. They look as though they've endured countless centuries. Every structure around stands in ruin, yet oddly, not a single corpse or even a trace of bone can be seen. The air feels empty, lifeless, a stark contrast to the bustling main street they came from. Finally, the driver stops before the gate of his own home, but when he faces it, dread paralyses him. His hands shake, unable to press the keypad. His mind races with fear. What if his family is gone? What will he do if no one answers? From behind, the hero watches in silence, fully understanding the turmoil inside him. This man had the courage to drive a deadly route in under 20 minutes, yet now he cannot even lift a finger. And the hero knows why. When there's even a sliver of hope that your loved ones might still be alive, no one dares to shatter it by opening the door too soon. He admits inwardly that if he were in the same position, he would also hesitate. Wanting to ease the tension, he offers to press the doorbell himself. Nervous but desperate, the man nods in agreement. Knowing how unbearable it is to face painful truths, our boy decides to open the gate in his place. He turns back one last time, hand reaching toward the bell, but before he can touch it, the gate unlocks on its own. Both men freeze, eyes wide in disbelief. A woman and a little girl appear at the entrance. The woman cries out her husband's name, while the child dashes forward, calling out for her father. The moment the driver sees them, emotion overwhelms him. Tears pour freely as he rushes to embrace his wife and daughter. Witnessing their reunion, Kim feels genuine joy swelling in his chest. Their family is alive. Curious, the man asks his wife how she knew to open the door. She explains she heard noise outside, peeked through the peephole, and saw them waiting there. Relieved beyond words, he tells them how happy he is that they're safe. His daughter, crying, scolds him for taking so long to come back. The wife then notices our hero standing nearby and asks who he is. The driver proudly introduces him as the one who saved his life and brought him home safely, their family's benefactor. Just then, our boy suddenly feels lightheaded. His knees buckle, and he collapses as the world fades into muffled voices. Fighting to stay conscious, he murmurs in confusion. In his fading awareness, his father's voice echoes, gentle and calm, telling him that farewells carry many emotions, not only sorrow. Over time, memories intertwine. Love, anger, regret, loneliness, happiness, and what remains at the end should be gratitude, not pain. The boy doesn't quite understand and asks what gratitude means. His father smiles, saying it's thankfulness for having experienced true love, the kind that expects nothing in return. Love, he explains, is never easy to give or receive, but one day, when the boy grows up, he will understand. Another memory surfaces, faint but vivid. It's of a pillow fight with his sister, Saul. She strikes him so hard with a pillow that his eye swells. Furious, the young Kim yells that she hit too hard, but Saul just mocks him, calling him a crybaby and claiming the pillow was soft anyway. She storms off laughing, threatening to tell their father while proud of her victory. Kim complains to their father, but the man only chuckles, saying such fights prove how close siblings really are. He tells his son that one day he'll understand the true worth of family and love. From the kitchen, their mother interrupts, scolding her husband for lecturing instead of helping with dinner. She sets the table and calls everyone to eat, shouting at the eldest daughter, Jaein, to put down her phone and join them. Reluctantly, Jaein obeys. Their mother teases her right away, joking that she must have a boyfriend since she's always glued to her phone. The girl blushes and denies it, saying she's just chatting with classmates. Before more teasing can follow, the TV blares with a commentator yelling about a brutal strike in a fight. Everyone turns to watch. The older sister grimaces at the violence, but Sol's eyes sparkle with excitement. Her brother chuckles, reminding her she'll be in middle school soon, and suggesting she join a boxing or sports club since she's naturally talented. The little sister grins proudly, declaring that's exactly why she chose that school in the first place. Meanwhile, her brother, soon to start middle school himself, feels relieved, thinking he can finally get away from her antics and start anew. But on his first day, he notices something different. His classmates wear fresh, perfectly fitting uniforms. His own, however, is oversized and faded, clearly a hand-me-down. Still, he smiles, happy just to wear the same uniform as everyone else. Time passes. He grows older, but hardship follows. In high school, he's cornered by bullies, 3 or 4 of them, and beaten mercilessly. Just as the leader raises his fist for the final blow, a hand catches his wrist. It's his sister, her expression cold and full of quiet fury. She stares down at her battered brother, disappointment in her eyes. Then, in a calm but firm voice, she tells him that starting tomorrow, he'll train with her. His stomach drops. He knows her training will be absolute hell. Despite the grueling days that follow, life moves on. One day, a notification pops up. His sister has been accepted into nursing school. Their father proudly announces it, leaving both siblings stunned and speechless. Time continues to flow. One evening, while the boy works on his computer, his father calls him over, saying, "It's time." Confused, he approaches, until his father hands him an official letter. The moment he reads it, his heart sinks. It's his military service, notice from the government. The day of departure arrives. When his sister sees his new buzz cut, she bursts out laughing, teasing him mercilessly. His mother, on the other hand, fusses over him, telling him to stay safe and come home in one piece. With a bright smile, the young man waves goodbye, walking alongside other recruits. His family waves back cheerfully, but once he's far enough away, the facade breaks, and tears spill down his face. The scene fades back to the present. Slowly, consciousness returns to him. He realizes he's lying on a soft pillow inside a house. Dazed, he glances around, trying to recall what happened. As his memory clears, panic sets in. He remembers fainting. The last thing he saw was the driver reuniting with his family. Fearing something went wrong, he quickly summons his axe from a small portal. Then a calm voice behind him breaks the silence, asking if he's awake. Startled, he turns to see the driver's wife and daughter sitting at a table, quietly eating. For a moment, they all just stare at each other in surprise. His eyes drift to the driver, who rests peacefully nearby. The wife explains gently that he had collapsed suddenly and slept so deeply she didn't dare wake him. Feeling awkward for summoning his weapon in such a setting, he quickly sends the axe back into Subspace and asks how long he's been out. The wife answers that it's only been 3 hours and expresses her deep gratitude for everything he did to help her husband and bring them back together. The hero shifts uncomfortably, insisting it wasn't all him. The driver helped just as much. As they talk, Yangsu stirs awake. The wife smiles and urges their guest to eat first, reminding them that her husband hasn't eaten either because he wanted to share the meal with him. He nods with gratitude and joins them at the table. The wife apologetically says she did what she could with the little they had and hopes the food isn't too bad. The hero thanks her sincerely, saying he's not used to luxuries and appreciates whatever is offered. When he takes his first bite, it feels like pure bliss. After so long, he finally tastes real, home-cooked food again, food made with genuine ingredients and care. The flavor brings back memories of his mother's kimchi, the best thing he ever tasted. Before he knows it, his bowl is empty, and he realizes that not since his military days has he enjoyed a meal so deeply. During their meal, the driver suddenly asks if his destination is Gangnam. Our boy nods, confirming that's where he plans to stop next. Without hesitation, the driver offers to take him there himself. Startled, the hero asks what he means by that. The man explains that he and his wife already talked it over. She agreed it's only right to repay the favor to the one who brought their family back together. But our boy quickly raises a hand, clarifying that Gangnam is only a stop along the way. His true destination is Wijingbu, much farther north. For that, he'll need an actual vehicle. The driver understands but says he has a condition, one they should discuss privately outside. Once they step out, the man proposes that all of them go together to Gangnam in the truck. After dropping the hero off, he plans to ride his electric bike back home. Kim frowns, arguing that a simple bike won't be enough for such a dangerous return trip, but the driver remains composed, assuring him that with his driving skill and experience, he can manage. The hero studies him quietly, puzzled why this man would take such a risk. He already found his family, secured safety, and gathered enough supplies to survive. His driving is masterful, but even that doesn't explain why he'd willingly throw himself back into danger. Our boy finally asks directly, why is he doing this when his family is already safe? The driver meets his eyes and flips the question. Wasn't it you who saved me first? He says. Why did you help me back then? The question leaves our boy speechless. The man continues, saying that without the hero's help, his family would have died in that tunnel. They wouldn't have made it this far. That's why he wants to return the favor now, to help in any way he can with the skills he has. He adds that they're both trapped in the same ruined world. Even with his awakened ability, the road ahead is never easy. The world has fallen apart, yet neither of them has lost hope of reuniting with their loved ones. Just like the driver once risked his life to cross the tunnel, the hero is now risking his to reach his own family. Still, the driver makes it clear he won't gamble his life blindly. He'll help however he can, but if the situation becomes too dangerous, he'll pull back. He's not foolish enough to endanger himself or his family without a reason. His only wish is to lend his strength wherever possible. Our boy then explains his ability, Subspace. It's a personal realm no one can enter without his consent. As long as he maintains it, he can store and duplicate items within. The driver nods. He already knew this much. Kim goes on, saying that if the man truly wants to help, there are conditions. His journey won't end in Gangnam. After that, he must travel through Yeoljiro, Dubungu, and finally to Wyeongbu in search of his family. He admits he can't do this alone. Once he upgrades his subspace, he'll gain the ability to bring people inside. That means the driver, his wife, and daughter will have to come with him. Thankfully, after defeating the mutated hounds, he has gathered enough mana stones for an upgrade. If the driver agrees to join him, he'll ensure the safety of the man's family too. The man immediately changes into his veteran uniform, declaring he's ready. At the same moment, Kim opens his system interface and channels the mana stones to upgrade the subspace facility. Its capacity expands to house up to 20 people at once. He also unlocks a new function that allows him to store any visible object instantly. However, the maintenance cost rises to 6 mana stones. Our boy decides not to worry about that for now. He opens the access point and allows the family to step into the subspace. The 3 of them enter, one by one, and for the first time, they witness something that feels untouched by the chaos outside. Inside, our boy introduces them to Pax, explaining that if they ever need something, they can simply ask the robot. The wife hesitates, clearly uneasy about using such valuable-looking resources, but he reassures her the facility's supply is limitless, and they're free to use anything they need. After making sure they're comfortable, he tells the driver that they'll depart in 30 minutes, then focuses on testing his newly upgraded abilities. His main new feature allows him to store any object in front of him directly into the subspace. He remembers how, back when his powers first awakened, he accidentally absorbed the entire facility into it. That incident caused the Pax system and his subspace ability to merge, forming something far stronger. From that moment, his subspace evolved, no longer just a space to enter or exit, but a system filled with expanding potential. Because of its immense power, he had assumed there'd be nothing more to gain from leveling up. But now, staring at the system window, he realizes leveling up lets him store one more massive object. The thought alone sends a chill down his spine. Moreover, for 50 mana stones, he can install a laboratory within the facility, one that allows him to combine and transform registered items. He doesn't have enough mana stones yet to test that function, so for now, he decides to experiment with the subspace itself. Half joking, half curious, he imagines testing its limits by trying to store something absurd, like the entire planet Earth. To his astonishment, the system actually responds, asking him to confirm the target. Without hesitation, though knowing it's reckless, he accepts the prompt. Fortunately, the attempt doesn't succeed. The system calmly notifies him that Earth lies too far beyond its range. Everyone remains safe, and the disaster that could have destroyed everything is averted. Letting out a breath of relief, he sighs, muttering that this was the outcome he expected all along. Before he can reflect on it further, The driver interrupts him with something more down to earth. The man explains that he has already checked the possible routes leading to Gangnam. Then he leans forward and points toward one of the roads marked on the map. Our boy lightly reminds him that instead of worrying about roads and maps, he should be spending time with his daughter. But the driver just gestures over his shoulder. There, the little girl is already fast asleep, her tiny form bundled up in the backseat. The man gives another sigh of gratitude, admitting once more how thankful he is for everything. The hero waves it off, saying they're merely helping each other out, nothing more. Yet, the driver insists, promising he'll do his best to repay the support he's received. Moments later, they're both sitting inside the truck again, ready to move. This time, our boy can't help feeling a little uneasy and asks if he could please drive slower. As expected, the driver does the opposite, pressing the pedal harder with a grin, claiming it's his turn to return the favor. Tears quietly trail down Kim's cheeks as he resigns himself to his fate. Together, they rumble forward through the empty, decaying streets of the abandoned city. The driver keeps chatting away nonstop, while our boy, completely drained, just prays for this long road to finally end. But before that wish can even settle, the driver's face stiffens. He's seen something up ahead. The road is blocked by massive military barricades. Iron spikes are dug into the ground, ready to tear through any tires, and sprinklers are positioned ominously as if prepared for an ambush. He mutters that there used to be a military base nearby, and wonders aloud whether any soldiers are still stationed here. The hero glances at the side mirror and slowly shakes his head. The vehicles and weapons may look military, but the ones handling them clearly are not. Behind them, a military jeep rolls into view, shadowing their movement. Our boy realizes it's been tailing them for quite some time. Avoiding it now would be impossible. He calmly says he'll open a portal beneath the steering wheel and tells the driver to hide inside Subspace. The man hesitates, asking if he's really planning to face them alone, but the hero reassures him with quiet confidence. The so-called soldiers casually step out, weapons raised, moving as if they've done this countless times before. One of them complains that the driver ruined their plan by stopping too soon, before the spikes could burst the truck's tires. The hero tries to ask what's happening, but the man just sneers and orders him to step out of the vehicle, demanding he open the cargo immediately. His tone drips with aggression, yet Kim complies without resistance. When the supplies inside are revealed, the men's faces light up with greedy delight. They think they've struck gold. One of them mocks him, asking if he's just a delivery boy and whether these goods even belong to him. When Kim replies calmly that they do, the man bursts out laughing, declaring that from now on, everything belongs to them. And at that moment, our boy fully understands what kind of people he's dealing with. The one leading the group hardens his expression and demands to know where all this came from. The hero admits that the supplies are from a logistics center, but explains that even if he told them where, they'd never reach it. All the routes are blocked. He adds that he only made it here after taking a long detour, yet still offers to personally guide them if they truly wish to go. The leader narrows his eyes, asking how much food remains there. Our boy replies that he only brought a small portion, but there's still plenty left at the center. The man eyes him suspiciously and presses for honesty. The hero assures him he's telling the truth. Before they can continue, another one of the armed men reminds the leader that it's time to move. The leader clicks his tongue, nods, and mutters that they have no other choice, then orders his men to seize him. Before Kim can react, fists strike from every direction. They cover his face with a rag, cutting off his vision completely. When his senses return, he finds himself tied to a chair like a captured prisoner. The men announce his capture to their superior. A single glance around the room tells our boy this place is nothing good. The large commander sitting across from him demands to know again where he got the food. Kim answers truthfully. It came from the Gunpo Logistics Center. The commander chuckles, calling him a clever man for finding such a place. He goes on to explain that they are currently inside a military communications headquarters. Moments later, massive wyverns soar past the window outside, their shadows sweeping over the room. The fat man brags about his own strength, yet admits he nearly died to one of those creatures. At first, the military tried to fight the monsters with weapons, but all attempts failed miserably. So they started recruiting people like him to fight in their place. But after joining the military, he discovered that the humans were far weaker than the beasts they were supposed to fight. And that was the moment he decided to seize control for himself. The reason he's still alive is because he can lead them to the food supplies. And after laying out every detail, the leader explains his terms. The Fat Commander offers protection from the monsters and promises to make him part of their group if he delivers those supplies. And when the leader finishes rambling, he waits for an answer. The protagonist quietly whispers that he was searching for something to store inside his subspace. And without hesitation, he orders Pax to store the Joint Command Communications headquarters. In the next instant, the entire headquarters vanishes, and the two of them find themselves sitting out in the open. Soldiers and gang members alike stare in disbelief at the empty patch of air where the building had stood. Their commander paces back and forth, stunned, muttering that he cannot fathom how an entire structure could simply disappear. Meanwhile, the protagonist feels a sudden physical backlash ripple through his body. Outside, panic spreads like wildfire. Soldiers tremble as a swarm of wyverns approaches, led by a massive, terrifying wyvern. The gang leader tries to rally his men, barking orders to form ranks. He insists they must focus on taking down the smaller wyverns first, but his crew crumbles and flees. He is left furious and alone, screaming that they are traitors. The giant wyvern dives down and, after a slow sweep scanning the area, it fixes its attention squarely on the protagonist. At nearly the same moment, a system notice asks permission to admit a wounded soldier into subspace. He accepts, and the injured man turns out to be the soldier he rescued earlier. The soldier is weak and woozy from side effects, and the protagonist thinks to himself that next time he must be more careful about how storing things affects his body. The gang leader launches a desperate attack on the wyvern with everything he has. He boasts loudly about his strength and bravery, but the beast kills him with a single, brutal strike. The protagonist ignores the fallen man and carries the injured soldier into a bed inside subspace. He and the driver check the wounds, and, lacking medical training, can only hope the man recovers on his own. From the soldier's injuries and condition, they infer gang torture and chronic malnutrition, rather than a single savage assault. Their talk turns to the new communications headquarters he placed inside subspace. The driver confirms what the protagonist had suspected. He says the area around the logistics center has indeed expanded, and the new structure resembles a very large military base. The protagonist had been blindfolded when taken inside earlier, so he never saw its full extent, but now that he sees it for real, he realizes just how enormous it is. He asks Yangsu to watch the soldier and decides to explore. The base is far too vast to traverse on foot, so he borrows a bicycle to move faster. He discovers the place is stocked with guns, ammunition, explosives, vehicles, and gas masks. It's exactly what survivors need in this world. But unlike the logistics warehouse, where Pax handles inventory and shipment, this base is divided into departments. Weapons are in one sector, magazines in another, explosives in a separate wing. He will have to physically retrieve items from different sections and assemble them himself. That complexity worries him, because he believes the supplies here are finite, not infinite like the warehouse. An AI drone suddenly hovers overhead and explains that the Subspace program is linked to the logistics center, and that Pax still controls parts of the system. The drone says the sector he just added is being integrated and will be treated like part of the warehouse. The protagonist asks whether rifles and ammo can be duplicated and shipped like items from Sector 1. The drone confirms that this is the objective. However, the classification process is only 0.81% complete. If he needs something urgently, the drone offers to prioritize and code specific items first. The protagonist requests rifles, ammunition, grenades, vehicles, and fuel. The drone acknowledges the order and reports that priority coding has begun. Within 10 minutes, those items will be available, and as a safety measure, it asks whether access should be locked so only he can use the items. The drone confirms that restriction is possible, since he trusts the driver and his family, but also has a soldier in subspace, so he can't be careless. Before leaving the base interior, he peers back through the portal and sees corpses strewn across the landscape. The protagonist mutters that the problem outside is far from solved. There are still far too many wyverns, and he has no intention of letting that giant one escape this time. The scene shifts as the group readies themselves. The driver recalls his military days, wondering if his shooting skills remain sharp after so many years. Meanwhile, the protagonist lays out boxes of magazines, explaining that each contains at least 10,000 rounds. If a gun fails, they should discard it and grab another. Unfortunately, the system registered magazines separately from the guns, which makes things more cumbersome. So for efficiency, he asks the driver if he still knows how to shoot. The driver simply picks up a rifle and replies that he would rather show than explain. He begins firing without pause, unleashing an unrelenting torrent of bullets. The wyverns begin to drop one after another. The two of them pause to catch their breath. It seems all the wyverns have fallen, but the protagonist senses that something isn't right. He can't spot the corpse of the giant wyvern anywhere. He reminds the driver that the massive wyvern's body is nowhere to be found. Outside the portal, the giant wyvern lurks in silence, waiting to ambush. It even tests the portal but cannot enter without the protagonist's permission. The driver, suspicious, searches the fallen bodies but finds nothing concealed. The protagonist suggests a test. Instead of stepping out blindly, they'll send a remote-controlled decoy. If the monster attacks the decoy, they'll know it's still waiting and can open fire. They construct a dummy and place it on a remote-control car. Then they send it rolling forward. The giant wyvern strikes instantly. The driver prepares to fire, but when he actually locks eyes with the beast, he freezes in terror. The wyvern pounds the portal in frustration, but cannot force its way through. The protagonist yells for the driver to snap out of his fear and join the assault. Shaken, the driver obeys, and together they unleash a storm of gunfire on the wyvern. But even after countless bullets, the monster remains unscathed. The protagonist recalls the fake commander's words that their attacks weren't affecting the dragon, as if something was blocking them. Even now, it appears not to be the beast's tough hide stopping the rounds, but some other barrier. The wyvern roars again, filled with rage. At that moment, a grenade rolls to its feet. The protagonist wants to test whether overwhelming explosions will break the defense. He throws grenade after grenade, duplicating them without pause. His companion joins in the barrage. For a long stretch, the air shudders with non-stop detonations. Finally, exhausted, they stop as their muscles give out, waiting for the smoke to clear in hopes of finding the wyvern dead. But when the dust settles, the giant wyvern still stands. The only damage is a faint scratch on one claw. The beast raises that claw as if mockingly showing how futile their efforts were. The driver can't believe how the monster survived such a brutal assault. Then, to their shock, the creature the driver wonders aloud if it truly retreated, while the protagonist remains uneasy. He suspects the withdrawal isn't because of them, but for some unknown reason. As they drive in their military jeep, the driver admits he has never seen anything so enormous. The protagonist agrees, disturbed by the memory of grenades barely affecting the beast. He reflects that grenades are designed to kill instantly, yet against this creature, they barely registered. He thinks about more powerful explosives and bombs capable of obliterating entire cities. Using such weapons would endanger countless innocent lives, and even then, there is no certainty those monsters would die. If he resorted to that, others might view him as a villain worse than the beasts themselves. He realizes he needs an ideal weapon, something with the destructive power of a bomb, but precise and targeted. He understands that finding such a weapon is the only viable solution. His attacks are fast and precise, leaving almost no collateral damage behind. For now, grenades remain his most reliable weapon, but he knows he must continue refining his powers to face even more formidable opponents in the future. When he checks his system, he discovers he has collected 314 mana stones from the countless enemies he has defeated. The sheer amount shocks him. It's far more than what he anticipated. Determined to grow stronger, he begins enhancing his abilities. He boosts his launching speed from 100 to 150 kilometers per hour, shortens his transfer time from 5 seconds to 1, expands his simultaneous transfer limit from 2 items to 4, and doubles his launching range from 25 to 50 meters. Even after spending a great number of stones on upgrades, he still has 189 left. There's one more feature that catches his attention. Without hesitation, he spends 50 mana stones to unlock the Parallel Dimension Lab. To test this new function, he tells his driver companion to park the car so they can rest and experiment with his newest power. The driver glances at the road ahead, thinking carefully. and notes that Gangnam isn't far from their current position. Since there are no monsters around, he suggests that Kim should go ahead and enter the portal while he keeps driving. Our boy hesitates. It sounds dangerous, but the driver reassures him that he's not tired at all and can continue driving without issue. To calm his friend's worries, he proposes keeping the portal open inside the car. That way, the moving vehicle will carry the portal along, allowing Kim to retreat at any moment if something goes wrong. Convinced, our boy steps through the portal and begins exploring his new lab. As he looks around, a system screen appears with several options. The first is Combine, which lets him merge 2 or more items regardless of their condition. The second is Separate, allowing him to split any object into parts without harming the material. A third option remains locked, awaiting further upgrades. His imagination immediately starts to run wild. He pictures merging a gun with its magazine into one seamless weapon. He could even safely remove dangerous parts, like a grenade's safety pin, without setting it off, since everything in his subspace responds only to his commands. To test this, he registers a grenade with its pin removed, spending 15 mana stones in the process. It's not enough to wipe out an entire horde, but it's still a reliable and useful trick. Then another idea hits him. What if he merged 2 magazines into one, doubling his ammunition? Or perhaps he could combine entirely different objects to forge new kinds of weapons, something far more powerful than a bomb, but with a much smaller blast radius. Meanwhile, outside, the driver stops the car in front of a massive barricade made of vehicles. Just then, our boy steps out of the portal and notices the towering blockade ahead. The driver suggests they should turn back before attracting attention, but without any warning, a massive object shoots out from Kim's portal and slams directly into the barricade. The impact sets off a chain of violent explosions. Within moments, the entire road is cleared of debris. The driver stares in disbelief, unable to process what he just witnessed. Kim's weapon is nothing more than several heavy iron rings launched at 150 km/h, yet their sheer force is terrifyingly destructive. The deafening blast draws the attention of the guards inside a nearby building. They begin arguing, wondering if the barricade really collapsed. When they look outside, they spot a military vehicle approaching rapidly. The car halts abruptly in front of the building. Through the rolled-down window, our boy calmly asks if a nurse named Jaein works there. The scene suddenly shifts to a memory from his childhood. His sister Sol charging at him playfully, delivering a wild kick, while their eldest sister studies quietly nearby. Annoyed by the noise, the eldest sister scolds them for disturbing her focus. Her sudden seriousness surprises them, as she was never the type to take studying seriously before. When their mother gently asks what's wrong, she insists nothing is. She simply found her dream. She raises a novel, titled The Apple Tree Story, in her hand, and declares that she wants to become a nurse, someone who heals others, even if the world were to end tomorrow. At first, her family doubts her words, but her determination proves genuine. Gradually, her grades begin to improve. Eventually, she earns admission into nursing school. Returning to the present, she finally meets her brother once again. Tears well in her eyes as she checks his condition, fearing he might be injured. Kim breaks down crying too, overwhelmed with relief that she's alive. After years apart, the siblings embrace each other tightly. Once things calm down, he introduces the driver to her, explaining how much the man helped him survive. Suddenly remembering something, his sister pulls out a chocolate bar and offers it to him. He laughs softly and refuses, saying that his subspace already holds more chocolate than he could ever finish. Instead, he leans in close and whispers that he has a patient. The word instantly changes her demeanor. She demands to know where the patient is. Kim explains that the person isn't physically here, but inside his ability's subspace. Shocked, she realizes that her brother, too, isn't awakened. He nods and says they need to open the portal discreetly, away from anyone's eyes, so no one suspects anything. After thinking briefly, he suggests doing it inside the hospital. They could find a quiet spot or an empty room to safely open the portal there. So he leads his sister inside the hospital. The building is still filled with patients, just like it was before the world turned upside down. The driver quietly shuts the door behind them. Finally, Kim opens his portal and takes his sister inside. As she steps in for the first time, her eyes widen at the sight of the towering structures before her. She asks what all this is, but he simply tells her he'll explain later. He brings her straight to the wounded soldier. After a quick examination, she shakes her head. He's not going to survive. Her words leave both Kim and the driver frozen in shock. But then she reveals something unexpected. She too is an awakened. Her ability is healing. Though her level is still low and she can't fully cure him, she can at least stabilize him to prevent death. She's already applied first aid, and now what he truly needs is food and proper nourishment to regain strength. Smiling softly, Kim reminds her of her old vow to heal people, even if the world ended tomorrow. She frowns, irritated that he still remembers such childish words, and mutters that she should have disciplined him back, then like their other sister did. Once the patient is cared for, she asks him to tell her everything. So he begins explaining everything in detail, how the system appeared, how he awakened, the people he met, the battles he endured, and how he finally reached this point. As she listens, she eats the food in front of her with obvious delight. Kim notices she seems more focused on eating than listening and tests her by asking what he just said. She insists she's listening, but only repeats half the story correctly. Later, she meets the driver's wife, Yu Young, who greets her warmly. Jae-in praises her cooking, making Yu Young smile proudly. The wife even mentions preparing a bed upstairs for her to rest. Though Kim protests that it wasn't necessary, she insists she did it out of kindness. Once the wife leaves the room, his sister immediately turns to Kim and asks how he met this family. Kim sighs and says he already explained, but sums it up again anyway. His main goal now is to bring his entire family into his subspace. He's already succeeded in bringing her, and next he plans to find their other sister. To do that, he needs to head toward Old Jarrow. But before he can continue, she suddenly tells him she can't go with him. He's taken aback and asks why. She explains that she has to stay behind. This hospital shelters over 300 patients who constantly need her care, treatment, and medicine. Other nurses can help, but the true danger runs much deeper. The scene shifts to the upper floor of the building, where two men are discussing the hero's arrival. One reports that after the explosion, a military vehicle entered and immediately asked for Nurse Jae-in. The man in charge is revealed to be Jin Seong-hak, head of the internal medicine department. After hearing everything, Jin concludes they're likely not enemies. He orders his men to provide them with food and shelter, but to maintain control of supplies and use Jae-in's presence strategically. He glances at a huge, muscular man nearby and asks whether those newcomers are stronger than him. The giant seems tired of the chatter, but answers that it's unlikely. Their discussion turns to the barricade outside. The big man remarks that he already rebuilt it, stacking vehicles even higher than before, proudly showing his immense strength. Back inside Kim's subspace, his sister finally confides in him about her biggest concern. She suspects the department head is secretly controlling people through poison. His ability likely lets him enslave others by infecting them. Except for her, nearly every awakened person here is already under his control, forced to handle food supplies or manage mana stones for him. Between bites of food, she explains that some of the nurses may have also been poisoned. She's been secretly stealing mana stones to strengthen herself, but her level is still too low to heal or free anyone. That's why she insists on staying. She tells him to go instead, gather their parents and other sister into his subspace, and once she finds a way to survive here, she'll join them later. But our boy refuses outright. His rejection frustrates her deeply. He calmly tells her that if the poison is hidden within their food, then the solution is simple. He can deal with it himself. His sudden confidence leaves her speechless. She mutters under her breath that he's probably gone crazy again, just like back in school. But her disbelief quickly turns into utter shock when he unveils an enormous stash of food and supplies, far beyond anything she could have imagined. Word of this spreads fast, eventually reaching Jin, the head of the internal medicine department. He brushes it off at first, thinking it's not worth his attention, but when one of his subordinates mentions that they came with plenty of food, Jin smirks. To him, it sounds absurd. After all, they only arrived in a single military vehicle. He confidently assumes their supplies will soon be stolen, and they'll come crawling to him for help. However, that smug grin vanishes the moment his subordinate insists that the newcomers actually possess more food than the hospital's entire stockpile. The hospital's resources had been collected using a full truck, yet somehow, These two carried even more. There's only one possible explanation, Jin concludes. It must be a unique ability. Perhaps something that compresses containers or restores them later. Whatever it is, he decides he must recruit them by any means. He then hands his subordinate a vial of drugs, ordering him to use it on the big guy serving the newcomers. "Make him addicted," he commands coldly. "If he refuses or resists, kill him on the spot." The focus then returns to Kim, who's currently inside the hospital. He continues distributing food to the patients, his eyes quietly scanning the crowd. He's searching for someone. Earlier, Kim had asked his sister about the abilities of those working under Jin. She had told him that most were harmless, except for one man, Song Hyung-gu. A brute so strong that even in these desperate times, he traveled alone from Iljerur just to check on his sick mother. Now in the present, Kim finally crosses paths with him. One look, and he instantly knows. This is the man his sister warned him about. The big man approaches, saying he wants to talk. Kim smiles lightly, replying that he too had something to discuss. The two head outside together. There, the towering man gives Kim an ultimatum. He can either drink the medicine he's holding, or die where he stands. Kim instantly understands this was Jin's setup. The man had lured him outside, where escape was impossible. Enraged, the big guy charges at him with terrifying speed. Kim instantly retreats into his subspace, blocking the incoming attack. Before the man can react, a bowling ball shoots out and slams into his chest at blistering speed. Kim holds back, unwilling to seriously injure him. But if he wants to subdue him, he'll have to keep firing. As the big guy struggles to rise, Kim seizes his chance. He swiftly constructs a massive tower around him, sealing the man inside. Relief washes over Kim. He managed to capture him without inflicting severe harm. Returning inside the hospital, Kim is greeted by his sister, who immediately asks where he disappeared to. He explains that he just came back from meeting the big guy and gestures toward the window. When she looks out, she's stunned to see the man trapped, demanding to know how he pulled it off. Just then, the driver guy stumbles in, clutching his head, groaning in pain from a sudden headache. The sister instantly recognizes the signs. It's the same drug they've been treating others for. But the driver swears he didn't eat or drink anything, only handed out the food. A second later, Jaeon notices blood dripping from his finger and realizes the horrifying truth. Someone had poisoned him deliberately while he was distributing the food. Without hesitation, Kim pulls the driver into his subspace to let him rest safely. But something unexpected happens. Inside, the driver's headache vanishes instantly. Kim quickly grasps what's going on. His subspace nullifies any external influence. The system itself rejects outside energy. To confirm, he pulls the big guy into the subspace as well, and then releases him back outside. The man blinks free at last. Overwhelmed, he rushes to embrace his ailing mother, the woman he had fought so hard to protect. Tears stream down his face as he apologizes to Kim for his earlier hostility. He's deeply grateful, because Kim's power has restored a piece of his true self. Fueled by anger and relief, he vows to make Jin pay for keeping him and his mother apart for so long. The scene cuts to Jin, staring out his window in disbelief, as he realizes his control over his puppets is gone. That's when the big guy storms in. Jin stammers, demanding an explanation, desperately clinging to the illusion that loyalty still exists. But the man's wrath speaks louder than any words. Knowing exactly what's coming, Jin makes one last pathetic attempt to beg for mercy. He's crushed like a walnut in the next instant. Meanwhile, Kim and his sister discuss the next step, curing the patients addicted to Jin's drugs. The real problem now is freeing them completely. Kim proposes something bold. Normal medicine won't work, but his subspace just might, since Yangsu's symptoms vanished inside it. Bringing all the patients there could be the safest solution. But before they can try it, something astonishing happens. The patients start recovering on their own. As they watch in surprise, the big guy returns. He tells them it's already done. His words, coupled with the sight of recovering patients, make it clear to Kim what must have become of the doctor. The man thanks Kim once more, speaking for both himself and his mother. Without him, they would never have been freed. When he shares where he plans to go next, he also warns Kim of new dangers ahead. On his way to the hospital, he had seen something unbelievable. A colossal wall rising from the earth. Though he couldn't gauge its exact height, it towered like a building. With such an obstacle, traveling by road had become impossible. Ordinary tools couldn't even scratch it. Breaking through would demand immense power and time. Kim understands immediately, this next path won't be easy. The creatures beyond will be unlike anything he's faced before. According to the man, most of them are skeletons and undead beings. The thought unsettles Kim. Those creatures don't truly die, they always rise again. Even so, he doesn't seem too worried. Not for his sister, at least, since she herself is no ordinary human, but a monster. Suddenly, her voice echoes from within his subspace. She tells him that the injured soldier they saved earlier has finally regained consciousness. The story then shifts to that soldier, now awake inside the facility. He expresses his gratitude and introduces himself. Kim checks on his condition. When the soldier asks where they are, Kim explains that they're inside his subspace. The soldier blinks in confusion. The military base he served at was supposed to be here, yet no buildings or roads remain. The elder sister steps in to clarify everything, revealing their true location. Once the soldier learns they're near Gangnam City, he requests to be dropped off there. At first, Kim and the driver exchange uneasy looks, suspecting he might be dangerous, but the soldier quickly assures them otherwise. He trusts them completely. They saved his life, and he has no reason to doubt them. His urgency comes from duty, not fear. He must reach the Joint Chiefs of Staff, HQ, to report everything that happened at the communications center. Realizing the gravity of his mission, Kim offers him food and asks him to share what he knows. The soldier hesitates for a moment, then gives in. After taking a bite of pizza, he begins recounting how one day, outsiders started appearing in their world. These weren't just ordinary monsters like Kim had faced. They included strange insects, bizarre beasts, and even alien trees. The land itself began to transform, as if pieces of another world were merging with theirs. The creatures were merciless, attacking anyone they saw, and sometimes even turning on their own. Weapons were useless against most of them, forcing the government to recruit awakened individuals and form special units. For a while, these teams succeeded, bringing temporary stability. But then, a certain monster appeared, and everything began to fall apart again. More and more creatures emerged, impervious to regular weapons. Desperate, they sent endless wireless calls for backup, but no one ever responded. Left with no support, they gathered awakened fighters on their own and marched toward the command center. When they arrived, they found it completely abandoned. Records showed that a rebellion had erupted, emptying the facility. From that point, chaos only deepened. Some awakened betrayed them, and the monsters overran the land. The military fractured in two. One half remained loyal to the government. The other joined the rebels. The rebels then blocked all government relief and used the turmoil as a justification for their uprising. For the soldier, delivering this information to his commander isn't just duty. It's a mission of survival itself. The young man reassures him that he understands, admitting he cannot escort him all the way to Gangnam, but promising to take him as near to the command center as possible before they part ways. The young man and the driver then outline their intended route and the precise spot where they will leave him. After telling him to rest, the young man opens the portal while the driver prepares to depart with him. The soldier watches casually, wondering aloud whether the two who saved him had encountered the giant dragon. He gets his confirmation quickly when he sees an ogre standing just outside the portal. Before he can shout a warning, the ogre is struck by one of the young man's heavyweight projectiles. The soldier immediately realizes the caliber of the people he's dealing with. But that's not all. The young man nonchalantly sends a military vehicle out from the subspace. He glances back and tells him they'll leave the portal open so he can observe what's happening outside. For the moment, the soldier is too stunned to respond or take in the explanation. The pair continue to blast monsters as they press onward. Meanwhile, the soldier sits in the backseat, watching the chaos unfold. Only now does he begin to accept that this is real and not a dream. Just as he prepares to step back through the portal, they run into an obstacle. The bridge ahead of them has been destroyed. The young man apologizes, warning it may cost them more time than they expected. The soldier shrugs it off. He doesn't mind, since they're already far ahead of schedule. It's all thanks to Yangsu's exceptional driving. Yangsu literally performs two-wheel, high-risk maneuvers and clears obstacles with almost impossible skill, making even the ruined bridge seem surmountable. Still, they have no answer yet for how to overcome that enormous wall. For now, They decide to keep driving and drop the soldier off along the way. When they finally bring him near the command center, they prepare to part. The soldier urges them to enlist with the military. He explains that the government supports awakened fighters with advanced technology and monostones to accelerate their power. The young man, however, refuses, stating plainly that his family comes first. He and the driver insist they can gather stones by themselves. Still, an idea forms. He asks whether the chief of staff has access to a helicopter. The soldier confirms it's possible, and the young man's plan is simple. Rather than breach the massive wall by road, they'll fly over it. Together they enter the command center, where the chief sits in his office, reviewing the dire status of their remaining divisions. Suddenly, a soldier strides into the room and delivers urgent news. He informs the chief that the leader of the DCC's 50th Signal Battalion wishes to speak with him. Apparently, that officer is the sole survivor from his unit. Upon hearing this, the chief immediately summons the soldier who brought the report. After the meeting, the survivor is brought before the chief. The man hands over documentation detailing the coup. He also recounts how the young man and the driver saved his life. The chief listens intently, then invites them to join him upstairs. He thanks them, saying their actions rescued not only a soldier but aided the nation itself. And when the young man asks for a helicopter, the chief offers food, water, and supplies in exchange. He confirms that the helicopter is feasible, but he sets one condition. He cannot hand it over without cause, as it is a strategic asset. If the young man enlists as an awakened fighter, the military will supply everything he needs, though the government's position is precarious and resources are scarce. That is why the chief pleads for the young man's help. Someone of his caliber might help restore balance. But the young man declines once more, insisting his priority remains protecting his family. Without his consent, the chief refuses to release the helicopter. Yet the young man walks away calmly, showing no sign of frustration or hesitation. The chief grows uneasy, sensing the man before him is far too valuable to let slip away. So he presents an alternative proposal. He explains that a unit of awakened soldiers is trapped at Seoul Station, besieged by endless skeleton monsters. They can still transmit signals, but they cannot break out. The chief asks the young man to rescue them. If he succeeds, the helicopter will be his. Although skeletons revive after being slain, the chief reveals there is a method to keep them down. Destroy the core inside each one, and that skeleton will not rise again. The convoy enters a territory filled with military trucks, their engines echoing through the ruins. They keep crushing the skeletal army using his ability, relentless in their assault. The rampage continues until they finally locate the awakened soldiers. Soon after, the trucks move in and successfully retrieve the survivors. On the way back, our boy recalls what the chief told him earlier. Though his power works well on regular skeletons, there's one rare type called the skeleton knight that might be beyond his reach. Yet, as usual, our boy ignores the warning and fires a massive 200-kilogram bullet the instant he spots the creature. The shot roars through the air, but to everyone's shock, the skeleton knight calmly slices the projectile in half with a single swing of its blade. The scene freezes for a second. Disbelief flashes across every soul present. Soldiers and officers alike stand stunned by what they just witnessed. Then, the unimaginable happens. The skeleton knight begins to speak. Its voice rattles like broken metal, each word almost unintelligible. At first, no one can understand its distorted sounds, but then it pulls out a mysterious artifact, glowing faintly in its hand. A pulse of magic flows through the air, and suddenly its speech becomes perfectly clear. The being introduces itself as Gwaine, one of the 12 knights sworn to serve the Night King. Observing closely, our boy notices crushed magic stones at Gwaine's feet, proof that it used them to translate its words for humans. Gwaine fixes its hollow eyes on him and questions if he is the foolish mage daring enough to provoke him. It demands to know why humans trespass in its domain. The creature goes on, mocking humanity's impatience, calling this conflict only the beginning of what it calls the Establishment Project. But before Gwaine can continue, our boy suddenly attacks. The skeleton knight blocks the strike with ease, sparks flying on contact. Still, our hero refuses to stop. Without replying to a single word, he keeps launching attack after attack. Not one blow truly connects, but each strike teaches him something new. He studies the monster's movements, its rhythm, and its combat style, determined to go further. He spends 50 mana stones to enhance his power, unlocking a new skill, tracking delivery. The skill allows him to control the order and timing of his strikes with surgical precision. The bombardment grows fiercer, until the skeleton knight finally lets out a sound of rage. It's the first sign that the attacks are actually wounding it. Remembering the chief's earlier advice, he orders packs to focus fire on the creature's magic core using steel plates, adjusting angles so the hits come from every direction. Watching the onslaught, the driver sighs in relief, thinking they've finally gained the upper hand. But our boy stays on edge. The skeleton knight radiates an aura even stronger than the giant wyvern he fought before. He refuses to relax and continues his barrage. Then, he finds a new opportunity through an unused communication channel. He commands the AI to coordinate simultaneous shipments of heavy plates. From all sides, they strike at once like a storm of steel. The combined impact shatters the knight's core completely. As its bones crumble, Gwain's fading voice echoes a grim warning. This battle is only the beginning. He vows to offer the rest of his power to his master, the Skeleton King. When silence returns, our hero gathers the spoils of victory. 2 large mana stones and 1 rare enchantment stone lie before him. Everyone who witnessed the scene is speechless. Against all warnings, our boy has slain a boss monster even the chief himself feared to engage. The chief, still stunned, looks at him with newfound respect. Once again, he urges our boy and the driver to join the military, saying he already considers them trusted comrades. But just like before, the hero declines. His family must come first. The chief nods in understanding, saying that once he finds his family, he hopes he'll reconsider. The nation needs warriors like him now more than ever. Our boy understands, but deep down, he feels the chief expects too much. The fight with the skeleton knight was far tougher than he had imagined. If another creature like Gwain existed, he doubts he could have survived. What truly disturbs him, however, are the words the knight left behind. If Gwain was one of 12, then 11 others still roam free. The threat is far from over. To make matters stranger, his heavy bullets barely affected the skeletons, while absurd tactics, like throwing bowling balls, worked far better, something even he can't explain, as it defies every law of physics. Before parting, the chief gives him one final warning about his next destination. He explains that they once sent scouts into that area, but a mysterious rising wall isolated the entire zone. None of the expedition ever returned. However, aerial surveillance still detects faint signals of communication, meaning the people trapped inside might still be alive. He reassures him that if his family truly lives inside that area, they should still be safe for now. The protagonist already knows exactly who resides in that walled-off zone. It's none other than his second eldest sister. Compared to the monsters from another world, she's practically a monster herself. The chief goes on to explain that during their latest survey, they noticed something strange. The upper section of the wall has begun to curve inward, as if it's trying to form a complete roof. He says it's fortunate they're heading out now with a helicopter, before the wall completely seals itself. After that, the chief of staff personally shows Kim, and the driver the helicopter prepared for them. When the protagonist looks ahead, he's greeted by the sight of an old, worn-down helicopter. Still, he doesn't complain. As long as the thing can fly, that's good enough for him. But the chief smirks and points to a different aircraft nearby, a far better one, a Black Hawk, and reveals that this is the helicopter they'll actually be taking. Considering everything the protagonist has done for the country, the chief says this is the least they can do. He confesses that he already views both him and the driver as close comrades, and he wants them to understand just how vital they are to everyone's survival. Right at that moment, the driver notices something odd, a system window appearing before his eyes for the first time ever. It informs him that he can unlock the ability to pilot this helicopter if he spends 50 mana stones. His unique skill, the driving goat, lets him handle any vehicle effortlessly. However, unlike the protagonist, he doesn't have a system for leveling up. Instead, whenever he wants to use a new kind of vehicle, he just has to register it using mana stones. Once that's done, he can pilot it forever. The chief of staff then brings out a suitcase filled with shimmering stones. He admits he originally planned to give it to them as a gift once they boarded the helicopter, but now feels this is the perfect moment. Inside lies a total of 200 mana stones. The driver takes exactly 50 stones, just enough to unlock the helicopter skill, and then hands the remaining ones back to the protagonist. Ecstatic, the driver can't wait to test his new ability. Soon after, both of them climb into the helicopter and begin preparing for takeoff. The driver flashes a manic grin, claiming he suddenly knows exactly how to fly the thing. The protagonist pleads with him to go slow this time, but like always, the man refuses. That realization nearly brings tears to his eyes because he already knows how rough this flight will be. While his friend eagerly runs through pre-flight checks, the protagonist turns his attention to the notifications popping up from his subspace system. He notices he still has 2 large mana stones and 1 enhancement stone remaining. Since each large stone equals 100 regular ones, his total reaches an impressive 1,393. That's far more than he ever expected to have. Without hesitation, he spends 1,000 stones to upgrade his subspace. Yet even after doing that, he's still unsure what to do with the enhancement stone he got from defeating the Skeleton Knight. The system explains that the stone holds the fire attribute. Though its level is low, it grants 2 special effects, penetration and ignition. The description further clarifies that while regular stones and enhancement stones share the same origin, the latter contain unique properties. When fused with a weapon, they turn it into a magical one. The resulting power depends entirely on the stone's attribute and level. For example, if he fused the fire stone with an automatic gun, the bullets would become flaming rounds. However, he hesitates. With only 1 enchantment stone in hand, wasting it on the wrong weapon would be a terrible mistake. After thinking carefully, he decides against using it on a gun or grenade launcher. Instead, he chooses to enhance the weapon that's already proven its worth, the bowling ball. His ultimate, trusted weapon. His eye companion registers it as a unique item at his command, and the choice makes perfect sense. The Skeleton Knight was immune to bullets and explosives, but that bowling ball brought it down. With 11 more knights still out there, reinforcing what works best seems like the smartest possible move. Giving his bowling ball literal firepower feels like destiny. While he's still browsing through the system window, his friend shouts that they're ready to take off. Just then, another notification appears out of nowhere. The subspace upgrade is complete, and several new functions have just been unlocked. The protagonist's eyes widen in shock as he reads the new message. Watching from the ground, the chief notices his bewildered expression as the helicopter lifts off. It turns out the upgrade has given him access to several new unlockable skills. They all sound incredible, but what truly stuns him is the last one. According to its description, his subspace can now register external objects as facility products, as long as they belong to categories he already possesses, like food, dairy, or military equipment. Of course, it's not free. Every registration or resizing consumes mana stones, the cost scaling with the item's size, weight, or value. Even unlocking these functions alone has already consumed 250 stones. Still, the protagonist realizes this ability completely changes everything. Before, he could only use the limited resources stored in his logistics center or military base. But now, he can collect, store, and utilize nearly anything he encounters in the world. A true game changer. At the moment, his subspace contains only 2 categories, logistics center and military base. That restricts him to using items that fit within those 2 classifications. Yet, in a surprising move, the protagonist decides to test something. He confirms the details with the system. Then he registers the very helicopter they're flying, the Black Hawk, under the military base category. Instantly, the aircraft becomes a part of his facility, and right before the chief of staff's astonished eyes, the protagonist casually summons 2 or 3 more Black Hawk helicopters from his subspace, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. Then, with a calm expression, he takes off into the sky. Meanwhile, deep within the massive wall, the scene shifts to the Skeleton King seated inside his dark fortress. He mutters that something doesn't add up. Entering this world requires an 8th-tier permit. In simple terms, any high-level mage who wants to cross over must first suppress their power before entry. That's exactly what he himself had to do. So why would another powerful mage willingly do the same, only to come here and slaughter his people? From his perspective, that mysterious mage is none other than the protagonist, the one who killed one of his subordinates. To the skeleton lord, he appears as a great sorcerer who arrived early to claim this world before it's even fully open to outsiders. The crowned skeleton admits he laments Gwain's death, but insists it doesn't matter. They can always create countless mana stones and enhancement stones again. Once their grand harvest is complete, they'll discard whatever they don't need and focus all their might on hunting down that so-called sorcerer. But then one of his companions interrupts, saying he senses something entering their territory, though he can't quite identify what it is yet. The crowned skeleton waves him off, telling him to calm down. It's probably just weak humans like the ones before. Besides, he adds, the roof is nearly closed, so spending time on them isn't worth it. Meanwhile, back with the protagonist and his friend, they finally cross the massive wall and enter the inner zone. The driver, however, appears uneasy, struggling to find a safe place to land. He points out that right beneath them, a skeleton knight is locked in battle with another fighter, making it far too dangerous to descend. The protagonist peers down as well, and what he sees leaves him utterly stunned. The fighter confronting the skeleton knight isn't a monster at all. It's his elder sister, Sol. She lands a powerful punch against the knight, sending it back, yet somehow the attack does no real damage. The protagonist begins recounting the story of this second monster. As a child, she stumbled upon mixed martial arts on TV, and instantly became enamored with it. Luckily for her, she had a little brother who supported her obsession, or more accurately, served as her training dummy. Whenever she watched a fight, she tested the moves on him. But beating up her younger brother and other weak opponents wasn't enough. She craved ever stronger challenges. She would head to the playground and fight anyone brave enough to challenge her. Boys, girls, even kids 3 years older. Nobody could stop her. Recognizing her talent, their father enrolled her in a martial arts academy. That's where she first tasted defeat. Another fighter easily bested her, yet instead of feeling crushed, she felt alive. For the first time, she had encountered a worthy challenge. As she grew, she won multiple jujutsu tournaments. By 7th grade, she dominated the junior division. Her passion for training gradually morphed into obsession. She pushed herself relentlessly, chasing perfection. But such drive came at a cost. Sol suffered serious injuries, tearing ligaments in both legs. Impatient with recovery, she would return to training too early and re-injure herself. The cycle repeated. Injury, recovery, relapse. Finally, at 24, she made her professional debut. She could have started much earlier if not for her stubbornness. Hearing this, the driver is stunned. The protagonist simply tells him not to worry and suggests they land the helicopter carefully. Yet he still mutters under his breath that she looks more like a monster than a human. On the ground, the skeleton knight steps toward her, sword in hand, questioning why his strikes keep missing. She mocks him, saying his attacks are far too slow. The knight insists he's just as fast as her, accusing her of using some hidden technique. She explains that it's not a secret skill. She simply reads her opponent's stance and the positioning of every limb. Her words leave the knight thoughtful, realizing he's just learned something new. Strangely, he compliments her, saying fighters like her are rare and that if she were to advance, she could become the greatest knight of all. Confused, she frowns. She has no idea what he means by knights or rankings. The knight continues, expressing admiration and promising to convince the Skeleton King to spare her life when the city eventually falls. But before he can finish, a flaming bowling ball suddenly crashes into him, shattering him into pieces. The fiery ball rolls to a stop at Sol's feet. She stares, stunned, wondering how such a strange weapon could destroy the knight when even her martial arts failed. From the remains of the knight, 2 large mana stones and an enhancement stone appear. Before she can reach for them, they are sucked into a glowing portal. At that exact moment, a helicopter hovers above, slowly descending toward her. The protagonist steps out with a smirk, greeting her playfully, teasing that nothing has changed. She's still as fierce as ever. Sol is shocked to see her little brother, unable to believe her eyes. The scene shifts to a table laden with food. Kim and his eldest sister sit quietly, watching in awe as Sol devours everything with feral intensity, as if she hasn't eaten in years. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, the nurse sister asks if she uses some kind of special ability to boost her strength. Sol replies casually between bites, saying she is half right and half wrong. Her strength, she explains, is natural and has nothing to do with the barrier. She continues eating with such fervor that her sister eventually snaps, scolding her to slow down or risk choking. The protagonist laughs, noting that she was the same when she first arrived. He admits relief that all three of them have awakened survival abilities and endured so far. Yet he reminds them there's still one task remaining: finding their eldest brother. At this, sister number 2 slows slightly, glancing at him skeptically. She remarks that his ability feels like a cheat code and questions how he's able to accomplish everything he's shown. He chuckles, brushing it off as a long story he'll explain later. For now, he insists she eat and rest. He even shows her how to use the ip-packs to order anything she needs, adding that she should also greet Yangsu's family when she has a chance. She nods in agreement but quickly asks if they will truly leave the city immediately. Rising from his chair with a grave expression, he confirms that they must. The ceiling descends at an alarming speed, and he's uncertain whether the fortress can shield the entire city. To make things worse, he still needs to gather as many mana stones as possible before the ceiling is complete. As he looks up, a heavy dread grips his chest. The ceiling has already closed, casting the city into absolute darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, he jumps into the Black Hawk and takes off, unleashing 5 blazing fireballs straight at the fortress walls, but the attacks leave no mark at all. And from that, he knows the roof isn't going to open again anytime soon. For a moment, he considers the insane idea of storing the entire city inside his subspace. But even he knows how reckless that sounds. Moving such a massive structure could trigger catastrophic consequences, and to make matters worse, he has already used up nearly all his mana stones just to expand the portal's reach. Then, from behind him, he hears his sister murmuring. She's recalling her encounter with the skeleton knight, wondering if his words had any truth to them. Before his death, that knight had warned her that if she remained within the city, she would die, and offered to spare her. Curious, Kim presses for details, but she simply shrugs. That was all he managed to say before she crushed him into nothing. Hearing this, the hero realizes a grim truth. If they truly wish to escape, he will have to face the Skeleton King himself. The real question now is, where could the Skeleton King be hiding in such a vast city? But before he can even plan, the demon inside Yangsu stirs awake. With a twisted grin, the demon boasts that he'll only need 5 minutes to find the Skeleton King's castle. The hero senses what's coming and tries to stop him, but his warning comes too late. Yangsu morphs into his demon form, cackling like a lunatic before doing something utterly reckless. He flips the helicopter in a wild 360-degree spin, then darts through the skies in erratic patterns, scouring every corner of the city. Meanwhile, inside the Skeleton King's castle, Lancelot delivers grim tidings. Sir Lionel, the skeleton knight, has been obliterated by a single mage's fireball. Furious, the Skeleton King bellows that the harvest was nearly complete. Yet once again this intruder has interfered. His rage boils over as he vows to kill the hero with his own hands. When he demands the intruder's location, the skeletal advisor calmly assures him there's no need to search. The enemy is already coming. The king lets out a cold, bone-chilling laugh. From his high vantage, he watches the helicopter approach through the darkness. At first, he mistakes the hero for some kind of powerful sorcerer, but after a closer look, he mutters that this figure looks more corpse than man. Still, it makes no difference to him. Whether wizard or undead, anyone who dares oppose him will meet the same fate, death. Deep inside the castle, an enormous door groans open. Bat-like creatures cling to the walls, waiting to ambush any intruder foolish enough to enter. The hero staggers into the chamber, pale and dizzy, still reeling from the insane flight. Muttering to himself, he swears he'll never board a helicopter again. But before he can catch his breath, his sister spots something moving behind him and dashes forward. A massive bat monster lunges for his throat, fangs gleaming. In the blink of an eye, she strikes with ferocious precision, killing it in one blow. The impact snaps the hero out of his daze, and he quickly thanks her, but she brushes him off, scanning the shadows with sharp, wary eyes. Something feels off. At first, he sees nothing. Then, pairs of red eyes ignite within the darkness, staring back with murderous intent. His stomach drops as he realizes how many of them there are. Without hesitation, he orders the pilot to retreat into subspace. This battle is far beyond what he can handle alone. But his sister's reaction is the complete opposite. A feral smile stretches across her face as the swarm advances. To her, this is exactly what she's been craving. A lone monster would have been dull. An army, that's thrilling. Grinning with delight, she charges headfirst into the shadowed corridor. Her movements flow between elegance and brutality. She leaps high, lands with thunderous force, and crushes a monster's skull beneath her boot. When another creature sinks its fangs into her neck, she doesn't even flinch. Instead, she grips its head and smashes it into the ground, so violently that it shatters into dust. Blood floods the floor, and her unhinged laughter echoes through the chamber like a song of madness. The remaining beasts hesitate, trembling before her overwhelming bloodlust. The hero stands frozen, torn between awe and fear. He knows she revels in battles like this, yet his instincts scream to support her. So he slips back into his subspace, where he begins crafting a peculiar device. An electric pest repellent designed to lure every last bat creature straight toward it. As soon as the device powers up, it releases a surge of current that draws the monsters closer like moths to a flame. One after another, the creatures are trapped and electrocuted until none remain standing. His sister glares at the machine, clearly unimpressed. She wants a real fight, not one handed to her by gadgets. She shouts for him not to meddle, but he fires back, reminding her that this isn't a sparring match. They need to finish these monsters fast before something worse happens. Outside the chamber, a skeletal messenger reports to the Skeleton King that the so-called mage isn't alone. A second fighter matches his power, and the mage is armed with strange tools and endless resources. The Skeleton King grows restless. Defeating a single wizard was troublesome enough, but now another powerful adversary makes the odds far worse. He decides it's time to summon the Skeleton Knight, Lancelot, at full strength. Lancelot warns that unleashing a rank 7 power in the Earth's dimension could provoke the wrath of the Chamber of Commerce. But the Skeleton King is past the point of caring. The enemy mage seems to be at least 8th tier, on par with the king himself, and facing 2 such foes leaves him no choice but to summon Lancelot's full might. He begins chanting an ancient incantation, replacing the projection of his skull with 3 glowing reinforcement stones. Mana floods the chamber as the summoning reaches its peak. Meanwhile, inside the hero's subspace, the group works frantically on their next weapon. The room is cluttered with tangled copper wires and scattered electric tools. They coil thick wire around an aluminum rod, crafting an electric bat, a semi-rare weapon made to repel bat monsters. Testing its weight, his sister swings it through the air, laughing that having all this gear feels like cheating. The hero shakes his head, reminding her that combining too many powerful items actually weakens each one's individual effect. Still, it's semi-rare, and that alone means it should do the job. During their work, he notices her scratching her neck again and asks what's wrong. She admits one of the monsters bit her earlier. It hadn't hurt before, but now that she's out of the subspace, the bite is starting to itch. Hearing that, he grows uneasy, wondering if she's changing into something else, maybe even a vampire. Half joking, he asks if she feels the urge to bite his neck, and she snaps that the only thing she wants to bite is his head off for being stupid. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes around them. The Skeleton King, mocking the hero's reckless defiance. He condemns anyone from the arcane dimension who dares trespass on his domain. Declaring judgment, he vows to personally slay the intruder. The siblings exchange puzzled looks, completely lost at the accusations. The Skeleton King offers one final chance for them to respond properly, but they genuinely have no idea what he's talking about. Enraged by their silence, the king commands Lancelot to attack, ordering him to kill both without mercy. The resurrected Skeleton Knight emerges from the summoning circle, radiating a terrifying new aura. Saul's eyes gleam with anticipation. After countless weaklings, she finally faces a foe worth her time. She warns the hero once again to stay out of it. This fight belongs to her. But Lancelot moves first. With blinding speed, he swings his massive blade straight at her. She barely dodges, raising her electric bat to block the strike. She pulls back in time, but not far enough. With one monstrous blow, Lancelot shatters her electric bat clean in half. The hero stares in disbelief, wondering how a semi-rare weapon could break that easily. His sister simply tells him it wasn't the bat that was weak, it was the opponent who was overwhelmingly strong. Across the room, the Skeleton King laughs proudly, boasting about his greatest knight. But our boy can't ignore her rare admission. If she's acknowledging someone's strength, it means this enemy is truly beyond anything they've faced. He jokes that if they manage to kill the knight, he gets dibs on the mana stones since he's running low. She smirks, taking it as a challenge, and the two silently agree to race for the final blow. The hero makes the first move, hurling his enchanted bowling balls. The knight slices through every single one with ease. Then Saul rushes from the front, slipping past his first strike and landing a few solid hits of her own. The hero follows up with another barrage of bowling balls, but when the knight rises again, his armor remains completely unscathed. Without hesitation, he drags himself and his sister back into the subspace. Outside, the Skeleton King commands his soldier to pursue them relentlessly. Saul fumes, thinking he's only stopping her from claiming the mana stones. He quickly explains it's not about that. Their opponent is far too dangerous to face head-on. Knowing their last attacks did nothing, she narrows her eyes and asks if there's any possible way to break through that monster's defense. Suddenly, the Skeleton Knight charges forward, his massive sword aimed to strike, only to be stopped cold by the impenetrable subspace barrier. The hero tries launching a close-range counterattack from within the subspace, but even that fails to break through. Growing impatient, the Skeleton King mocks him, calling him a coward for hiding behind barriers and flinging projectiles instead of fighting honorably. Addressing him as the mage, the king declares that his opponent, a warrior of 7th rank, will never be harmed by such futile attacks. He admits this summoning risks sanctions, but claims he had no choice. It was either breaking the rules or being slain by the so-called mage. In the end, the king gambled everything on survival. Yet, watching the battle unfold, he feels utterly disappointed by his champion's lackluster performance. As the fight drags on, the king notices piles of bowling balls stacking up outside the subspace barrier. He begins to wonder just how many of those strange items the mage possesses. More puzzling still, why doesn't the mage use any real magic? Surely that would be more effective than relying on limited gadgets. Meanwhile, the hero racks his brain, desperately thinking of a way to defeat the skeletal knight. His mana stones are nearly depleted. He doesn't have enough to upgrade anything, so he must rely on what's already in his possession. The problem: nothing he owns can pierce that knight's defenses. Before the stalemate continues, the Skeleton King suddenly cuts in, claiming the hero isn't a mage at all. Instead, he's a human capable of replicating items. The king bursts into laughter, sounding almost relieved, as if he's always hated mages to begin with. Then, to everyone's surprise, he orders his knight to stand down and suggests they might actually work together. Both the hero and his sister exchange baffled glances. The king begins explaining that his entire castle, Camelot, isn't just a fortress. It's an enormous magical item that produces enchantment stones by consuming living beings. These stones, he continues, have special effects when fused with certain artifacts. For instance, when used on Camelot itself, they grant the owner the ability to summon and control all 12 knights, including Lancelot. Since the hero can duplicate items, the king proposes a partnership. They could work together to produce limitless stones. It may take some time for the castle to create the first stone, but once they obtain it, duplication could make them unstoppable. Hearing all this, the hero's expression softens, and to everyone's shock, he thanks the king sincerely for the brilliant idea, before ordering packs to store the entire castle inside his subspace. The Skeleton King barely gets a word out before it vanishes. Within the subspace, Camelot reverts to its true form, shrinking in size until it fits neatly in the hero's grasp. The moment the king realizes what just happened, he loses his composure and launches an attack, casting a clumsy, furious spell in blind rage. The hero, unflinching, commands Lancelot, now bound to his will, to slay the Skeleton King. Without hesitation, the knight obeys, slicing the king cleanly in two with a single powerful strike. The king's body disintegrates into dust, leaving behind only a small, glowing yellow crystal. Lancelot kneels and respectfully retrieves it. At that moment, the hero receives a system notification, announcing that the Skeleton King's entire domain now belongs to him, including all of the king's stored mana stones. When he checks the total, his eyes widen: 3,086 stones. Even his sister stands speechless at the sheer number. A surge of joy floods him, though it's short-lived. His sister folds her arms and demands half of the spoils. He immediately protests, claiming that's unfair. He admits she did save him, but insists that doesn't mean she deserves 50%, especially after he spent his own mana stones crafting her weapon. After some bickering, he finally sighs and offers her 500 stones. Saul scoffs, asking if he really values her life that little compared to a pile of glowing rocks. He counters that she's perfectly safe inside his subspace, so she doesn't need that many anyway. Grumbling, she accepts the 500 stones, then gestures toward Lancelot. "What about him?" she asks. The knight steps forward and bows deeply. With solemn grace, he reports that the Skeleton King has fallen and presents the Man of Stone as proof of victory. A short while later, Yangsu's little daughter is seen gleefully playing with the knight, treating the towering warrior like her personal toy. Watching from a distance, the hero smiles faintly, realizing how lonely the child must have been here. The knight kneels again, assuring that serving the hero's allies brings him the same honor as serving the hero himself. Jisoo giggles, tapping his helmet with childish delight, while her parents apologize profusely, worried she might be bothering their new skeletal companion. The older sister smiles softly, noticing how Lancelot maintains a calm yet vigilant demeanor, his eyes never leaving the little girl as he subtly guards her from any stumble or harm. Despite the overwhelming power radiating from him, his gentle side shines through clearly. Then she shifts the conversation, asking our boy if their next destination is indeed Dabong. He nods, explaining that his older brother lives there, making it their next stop. However, the sister looks concerned. She advises him to rest first, reminding him that he's been pushing his powers continuously. If he keeps going like this, he might collapse before they even reach the next city. She suggests they pause and continue their journey in the morning. Taking her advice to heart, he glances toward Yu Young's family. They're laughing together warmly. Jisoo's father even jokes that he'll become a knight himself someday, so he can protect her on her adventures. The sight draws a faint smile to his face. He realizes how rare these peaceful moments have become, and for the first time in a long while, he allows himself to rest. The driver agrees as well, guiding his daughter to bed and saying they'll head out at 6 sharp. Our boy then turns to his new skeletal ally, saying it's time to build him a proper base. He retrieves Camelot, the enchanted fortress, examining it closely. The system explains that Camelot's size can expand or contract, depending on how many mana stones are infused into it. It also offers various valuable functions that could prove useful later. He studies every detail, focusing on what he needs most for now. He notes that Camelot absorbs all mana provided, expanding accordingly, though the system fails to specify the exact cost of each growth stage. After calculating briefly, he decides to test it using 300 mana stones. That amount, he hopes, should be enough to house 12 people comfortably. As soon as he feeds the energy into it, the structure radiates with brilliant light and begins to expand. Within seconds, Camelot transforms into a magnificent fortress, not as vast as a city, but easily spacious enough for everyone to live without feeling confined. Pleased with the result, he nods in satisfaction, deciding that this will do perfectly for now. The sister, stunned by the transformation, wonders aloud how many stones the Skeleton King must have used to forge a castle the size of an entire metropolis. The Skeleton Knight admits that he never knew the true amount, but assumes it must have been in the tens of thousands. Our boy then realizes the reason he suffered no side effects after storing the colossal castle in his subspace. It was originally small before expanding through mana infusion. Once it all makes sense, he turns to his sister and asks if she plans to rest. She shakes her head, saying she has a different request for tonight. She faces the Skeleton Knight and politely asks if he could train her in his swordsmanship. The request catches our boy off guard for a moment. Lancelot accepts with honor, but in return, he wishes to learn her fist techniques. Hearing that, she smirks and warns that her training is far from gentle. Her brother can't help smiling, already knowing how fired up she gets when it comes to martial arts. As the two begin sparring under the night sky, our boy quietly retreats to rest, comforted by the fact that someone as skilled as Lancelot now stands by their side. By morning, a crowd of soldiers has gathered outside the portal, coordinating movements now that the barrier has disappeared. They're busy relaying updates, and reporting to their headquarters. From within the subspace, our hero and the driver watch the activity unfold. The driver comments that they aren't the only ones who have been waiting for daylight to resume travel. But the hero frowns, feeling a strange tension in the air. Moments later, the rhythmic thump of rotor blades echoes as a helicopter descends, landing right before the portal. Both of them watch in stunned silence. The hatch opens, revealing a man stepping out. It's the commander, greeting them with calm composure. Our boy nods, remarking that they've met sooner than expected. The commander explains that once he learned the city's barrier had fallen, he spent the entire night searching for them, combing through every district until he found their signal. The hero, cautious, asks if the commander's goal is to pressure them back into service, but the man chuckles and shakes his head. Instead, he brings urgent news. Flying by helicopter would be suicidal. The First Corps has seized full control of air defense systems. Anything that takes to the sky is immediately shot down. Both the hero and driver stare in disbelief. The commander continues, elaborating on the chaos that's erupted since their departure. Their unit began tracking the First Corps movements, discovering they had already spread across the northern sectors, Dabong, Seongbuk, and Gangbuk, all while obliterating the capital's defensive forces. Drones sent to scout the regions were swiftly destroyed, proving the First Corps, air dominance leaves no safe path above. That's why he came, to warn them personally, knowing they plan to head that way. He advises taking a detour through Namyeongju instead. Though even that path remains uncertain, it's safer than flying blind into enemy territory. The hero thanks him sincerely, admitting that flying had indeed been their plan, but now they'll change course. The commander exhales in relief, glad he arrived before tragedy struck. Our boy, however, feels the weight of the situation sink in. His goal remains reaching Uejongbu, where his parents are, though he had intended to visit his brother in Dabong first. With this new danger, that visit must be abandoned. He realizes that the real threat now isn't the monsters. It's the rebels, whose motives and brutality are far more dangerous. His brother, sister-in-law, and parents are trapped between two deadly forces, monsters on one side and the rebels on the other. Unless the rebellion is crushed, there will never be peace. Determination hardens in his eyes. Sooner or later, he will have to face the first unit himself. He calls for Lancelot, turning to the commander to confirm that this very night helped him slay the Skeleton King. The commander trembles, staring up at the towering knight in awe and disbelief. Yet the hero calmly tells him there's no reason to be afraid. The knight now stands as one of their own. He goes on to explain that his brother's home lies in Dabong, meaning a clash with the rebels is inevitable. Rather than taking a detour, he proposes using this night to strike first and eliminate them all in one decisive blow. The commander's eyes widen at first, then a fierce grin spreads across his face as he readily agrees to the plan. Meanwhile, far away at the rebels' base, goblin-like sentries stand guard under the dim lights. One of them grips an anti-air cannon with vigilance. Another keeps watch over a cage packed with human captives. That's when the truth becomes undeniable. These so-called first unit soldiers are not human at all, but goblins. From the shadows, a spectral entity summoned by the hero watches silently. Through its ghostly eyes, he studies every corner of the goblin camp, counting their ranks, memorizing their patrol patterns, and pinpointing where the prisoners are kept. His gaze hardens when he spots two figures standing apart. They seem to be locked in a serious discussion, their gestures sharp and deliberate. The observer is none other than one of the 12 skeleton knights, summoned in its spectral form through the artifact Semelot. In this ethereal state, the knight has no physical body, making it immune to ordinary weapons and capable of phasing through walls or moving unseen through enemy lines. The summoning of such a form demands 1 enchantment stone and 500 mana stones, the same price required for summoning a knight in corporeal form. Once brought forth, the knight can freely shift between the two states without further cost. Lancelot's spirit form proves to be the perfect choice, allowing the hero to scout enemy territory without endangering himself. His mission, to map the entire rebel base, count their troops, locate anti-air defenses, identify elite squads, and mark every cage holding prisoners. After 2.5 hours of meticulous reconnaissance, the Spectre returns, delivering every detail of what it saw. When the report ends, The hero listens in grim disbelief. The scout confirms that some of the enemy soldiers have grotesquely mutated into goblins. Worse still, around 200 humans are locked inside iron cages, kept alive for ritual sacrifice. Lancelot adds that the guards spoke of a significant figure whose arrival would shift everything. He also overheard whispers about a brigadier-ranked officer leading this zone and counted 9 anti-air installations protecting it. The commander is shaken, but not entirely surprised. Such tight defenses explain why no information ever escaped the area. His real concern now is why innocent civilians are being detained. The hero reflects for a moment, suggesting that the soldiers must have willingly sided with the rebels. What troubles him more is the reason behind capturing civilians and the identity of the mysterious person they await. He suspects the rebels are gathering victims to form pacts with lesser entities, using those sacrifices to extract power and climb the demonic hierarchy. In essence, they're trading human lives for strength. The skeleton knight agrees, saying it's likely a loophole exploited by weaker beings who may have forged a contract with something far greater. Hearing this, the sister can no longer hold back. She demands an immediate attack to annihilate the entire base. The hero, however, warns her that things aren't that simple. The situation is tangled and dangerous. The commander backs him up, acknowledging the skeleton knight's report as priceless intelligence, but he also notes that the enemy's defenses are formidable. If the rebels summon the first unit, any engagement would erupt into an all-out war. That unit's weapons and powers remain unknown. Should they intervene, retaliation would be catastrophic. The uncertainty alone makes any assault a gamble with deadly odds. Even so, the hero knows they cannot sit idle. The longer they wait, the more reinforcements the enemy will call, and with his brother's life on the line, every second matters. Coordinating with other units would take far too long. Though the choice weighs heavily, he realizes they must act swiftly to seize the area before it's too late. Sensing his master's hesitation, the hero shakes his head, explaining that summoning another knight isn't so easy. It requires more enchantment stones, which he no longer has. He even contemplates dismissing one knight to reclaim its stone, but knows it would be futile. Letting out a sigh, he admits he can't replicate enchantment or mana stones either, leaving him without a clear answer. Then, Lancelot reminds him of something long forgotten. After defeating the Skeleton King, he had actually obtained an enchantment stone. The hero freezes in disbelief. He has no memory of receiving such a thing. When the knight explains that it had handed it to him after the battle, Kim's face flushes with embarrassment as he realizes he must have misplaced it. Regaining composure, he asks which knight should be called forth next. Lancelot assures him that all 12 knights of Camelot are formidable and unwavering in loyalty. But for this mission, Bedivere would be the best choice. This knight isn't merely an archer. He's a master of long-range combat, a true strategist of distance warfare. The hero smiles, instantly agreeing to summon him. Back at the rebel camp, human prisoners sit slumped inside iron cages, their bodies frail and fading. Yet among them, one young girl still shows a trace of life in her eyes. A goblin guard strides over, singling her out because of her looks. He sneers, promising freedom in exchange for a favor, his twisted tone leaving little to imagination. The girl glares at him with silent disgust, but before she can answer, his head is cleaved clean from his shoulders in a single instant. The strike came from Lancelot. After ensuring the girl's safety, he vanishes just as swiftly as he appeared. Seconds later, a blazing orb of fire hovers above the enemy camp. The goblins below pause, staring upward in confusion. One suddenly screams as realization hits him. The fiery sphere hurtles downward, colliding directly with an anti-air gun. The blast rips through the outpost, triggering a massive chain reaction that engulfs nearby missile launchers in flames. When the smoke begins to clear, another blazing orb launches from a sling-like weapon, hurtling toward the next target. The knight wielding it is none other than Bedivere, the archer himself, fighting with deadly precision. Even with one arm missing, his movements are flawless, every shot deliberate, and by now, the battlefield around him is already littered with the corpses of fallen goblins. Earlier, Lancelot had shared his tale, how fate had left him with only one arm. Once a prodigy among archers serving under a noble duke, envy and betrayal had cost him everything. his arm severed in treachery. Yet instead of surrendering to despair, he devoted his life to perfecting his remaining arm, mastering the art of throwing and archery until he earned his place as one of Camelot's 12 knights. The hero could scarcely believe that a one-armed archer could obliterate anti-air weapons from such a vast distance. But Lancelot assured him that after countless years fighting beside the man, he knew the archer's strength, and that the two of them alone could bring the enemy base to ruin. Back amid the chaos, another thunderous explosion shakes the ground as the archer's next shot hits dead center. On a nearby hill, goblin troops cry out in panic, scrambling to make sense of the sudden destruction. Before they can act, the skeleton knight emerges among them like the embodiment of death itself. Meanwhile, the hero continues gathering mana stones automatically each time the knights fell monsters. Thanks to his dimensional account, he doesn't even need to be physically present. The mana stones are collected directly into his possession. As more and more stones pour in, he briefly wonders if fate itself is bending in his favor. At that moment, the driver beside him points upward, noticing a flare-like signal bursting brightly in the sky. The hero explains that this was the sign he'd told Lancelot to launch once the enemy cannons were destroyed. His companion can't hide his amazement at how swiftly the skeleton knight completed the mission. Watching both knights in action, the commander admits that with warriors like them, even an elite special unit seems unnecessary. He gives the order to advance. Elsewhere, the archer skeleton examines his map, his brow furrowing in confusion. The poor man can't recall where exactly the skeleton knight had instructed him to go next. Unsure, he simply trusts his instincts and begins moving toward where he thinks he should be. Meanwhile, the skeleton knight interrogates a captured goblin, forcing out the truth with brutal precision. He pins the creature down, demanding to know the rebels' full plan and the name of the one pulling the strings. Under pressure, the terrified goblin gasps out a name, Tonatiuh. Supposedly, this being's power eclipses even that of 8-ranked warriors combined. The knight frowns, never having heard of such an entity, and presses harder for answers. But the goblin suddenly breaks F and leaps through the nearest window in desperation. Chaos erupts as the remaining soldiers watch their own commander flee in terror. Moments later, the skeleton knight appears, his voice cold as he declares that running will change nothing. The goblins scramble to form a defensive ring around their leader, shouting that reinforcements will be there any second, and that they must get the commander to safety. The knight laughs darkly, mocking their loyalty to such a coward. In his rage, one of the goblins blurts out that their ranks can increase by devouring humans. Before he can say another word, the knight's blade silences him forever. The skeleton knight thanks him nonetheless for revealing exactly which enemies deserve to die first. From there, the commander's defense collapses rapidly. One by one, his soldiers fall under the knight's merciless strikes. The scene grows so gruesome that the remaining goblins tremble in dread. Suddenly, the roar of a helicopter cuts through the night sky. Inside it are the hero and his companion. The goblin commander stares upward in disbelief, mistaking it for a government-operated aircraft. With no path of escape left, he turns on his own troops, devouring them, one by one, in a desperate bid to raise his rank. From above, the hero watches in grim silence as the creature mutates into a monstrous being of rank 8, feeding on mana crystals. The knight explains coldly that the goblin has taken a shortcut, forcing his evolution to reach the 8th rank. The hero doesn't even wish to waste time dealing with such filth, leaving the matter to the archer instead. From his perch, the archer skeleton releases another blazing orb, striking the goblin dead with a single, flawless shot. Instantly, the hero receives 322 mana stones, raising his total count to 3,542. The operations chief soon arrives, reporting that with the aid of the two knights, the main threats have been eliminated and the civilian rescue is proceeding without issue. One soldier then asks what became of the goblin commander, but before anyone can respond, they see the answer lying right before them. The commander's mangled body sprawled lifeless on the ground. The hero turns to the skeleton knight, asking if he managed to uncover any details about the enemy's plan during the interrogation. The knight bows slightly, apologizing as he admits that his findings were limited. He only managed to extract the name of the entity the rebels had made a pact with. Hoping for more, he requests to be shown the building where the commander had stayed, in case valuable documents were left behind. Lancelot gestures toward the commander's quarters on the 4th floor, prompting the group to prepare for a deeper search. Based on the knight's report, the hero estimates that gathering every file will take considerable time. So, he instructs Pax to store all retrieved maps and documents under the military category. The system processes the request, calculating a total of 5,086 documents, requiring 120 monostones. Without hesitation, he approves it. He informs the operations chief that his system will manage the data directly, speeding things up so everyone can reunite with their families sooner. Suddenly, a system alert flashes on screen. 2 of the documents fail to fit the military classification. That anomaly immediately draws his attention. One document bears the title Dimensional Being application form, which Lancelot explains is used to officially elevate a being's rank. The other is a manuscript describing the loophole method for advancement. The hero is stunned that the rebels chose the forbidden shortcut despite possessing the legitimate form. The skeleton knight theorizes that the rebels must have been unqualified for proper registration. The records reveal that ascending as a dimensional being requires both monostones and a dimensional account, resources extremely rare since the dimensional shift only recently began. The knight reminds the hero that he is among the few who already meet those conditions, having defeated an 8th-ranked foe and acquired a dimensional account himself. With the official form, he could ascend safely, without succumbing to corruption like the goblins. The knight further explains that authentic forms automatically translate into the reader's native language, confirming this one's legitimacy. The hero studies the registration paper again, noticing that it demands 1,000 mana stones for activation. Without hesitation, he signs his name. Instantly, 1,000 stones vanish from his total. The paper disintegrates into glowing particles and fades from sight. Astonished by how simple it was, he asks if that's truly all. The knight confirms the ascension process is complete. Elsewhere, a goblin soldier rides up on a motorcycle, bringing urgent news for his commander. From the rooftop above, the archer skeleton watches closely, tilting his head, as if wondering whether the strange vehicle is some kind of metallic horse. After scouring the commander's office, the team uncovers more than 40,000 classified military files. The hero, eager to reunite with his family, entrusts the review process to the operations chief. Since the rebel forces now occupy most of the city, traveling by official military transport is out of the question. They'll need another option. But when he checks his subspace inventory, every stored vehicle is military-issued. Not a single civilian one remains. Frustrated, he resigns himself to using an electric bicycle, hoping to find a better alternative along the journey. As they step outside, they spot the archer skeleton comfortably seated atop a motorbike. The hero stares in disbelief, demanding to know where he found it. The skeleton simply gestures toward a fallen goblin nearby, explaining nonchalantly that he took it because it looked interesting. Realizing it must have belonged to the enemy commander, and thus counts as a military asset, the hero promptly stores it into his subspace, using 22 mana stones so he can replicate it later. Meanwhile, at another goblin outpost, 2 sentries hear an approaching engine rumbling in the distance. Growing wary, they decide to hold position until they can identify whether it's an ally or intruder. Before they get the chance, the hero hurls a flaming orb their way, incinerating the first guard instantly. The second barely manages to turn around before Lancelot materializes before him and severs his head in a single strike. The group presses forward, navigating through the wrecked city streets. From atop a building, another goblin spots the motorbike and narrows his eyes in suspicion, knowing no such machine should exist in their sector. He keeps watch as the hero and his spectral knights speed off into the distance. At long last, the hero reaches the neighborhood where his brother and sister-in-law once lived. He rushes to their doorstep, knocking again and again while shouting for his brother's name. But there is no answer. Anxiety builds within him with every unanswered call. His hands tremble as he unlocks the door and steps inside, only to find the home eerily empty. With the skeleton knight leading the way, they begin searching every corner for any trace or clue of what happened. Looking around, our boy realizes the house shows no signs of battle. It wasn't destroyed, just left behind in haste. Then something catches his eye, a letter sitting quietly on the table. When he picks it up, he instantly recognizes his brother's handwriting. In the note, his brother explains that he and his wife are heading to their father's workshop in Wijingbu, as the area has become unsafe. The phones have stopped working, and soldiers have begun abducting civilians. Still, they're unharmed for now, and he hopes both his younger brother and sister have survived as well. After finishing the letter, the hero lets out a long sigh of relief. At least his family managed to flee before the danger reached them. He passes the letter to the archer skeleton, asking him to deliver it to his sister, and opens his subspace. Based on the timing, he realizes the letter must have been written before the first wave of corpse invasions, meaning they're still alive for now. But things in Wijingbu are deteriorating fast, as rebel forces continue seizing control of surrounding areas. Quickly turning to the skeleton knight, he insists they move out immediately. Just as they prepare to leave, the sound of rotating blades echoes above them. A helicopter rises from behind a nearby building. At the controls sits the same goblin who had spotted the hero earlier, reporting their location through his radio. Without hesitation, the goblin unleashes a hail of gunfire. The bullets strike dead on, yet when the smoke clears, our boy stands completely unharmed. He mutters under his breath, half in disbelief, that he truly thought he was done for. Calmly, he orders his system to absorb the helicopter under the military base category. The system deducts 141 mana stones, and the aircraft vanishes into subspace. The goblin pilot screams in panic, unable to comprehend how his target survived. But before he can react, the chopper beneath him disappears entirely. He plummets from the sky, screaming until he hits the ground. The hero turns to Lancelot and urges him to keep moving. There's no time to waste. As they speed onward through the shattered streets, he reflects on how they've wiped out every goblin along their route and now possess a fully armed helicopter. Yet despite the power he's gained, his only concern is finding his family safe and sound. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a group of goblins argues bitterly. Their commander rages that the high priest demands more human sacrifices, yet they've failed to capture enough victims lately. After harshly scolding one of the soldiers for failing to meet his quota, he turns toward Sergeant Kiang, who has now completely transformed into a monstrous being. The commander orders him to demolish the building ahead. Just as the elite goblin begins his advance, the roar of a motorcycle thunders through the area. The goblins turn their heads to see the hero racing toward them at high speed. One of them shouts in terror. It's that same human again. Fueled by anger and the desperate need to protect his home, our boy yells that these creatures have no right to come anywhere near his house. Together with the skeleton knight, he cuts through the goblin horde, and within moments, the ground is littered with fallen enemies. From a nearby building, Kim's father peers out from a shattered window, stunned at the sight before him. When his family asks what's happening, he stammers that their son has returned, riding a motorcycle, with a skeleton at his side. Before this moment, his father's life had been ordinary. He once believed that the ideas of good and evil only truly meant something when shared with others. As a boy, his mother used to tell him that again and again, so often that he grew tired of hearing it. Yet as he grew older, he realized she had been right. Through every failure, betrayal, and disappointment in business, it was always the people who genuinely cared for him that helped him rise again. When his children began to grow up, he dreamed of building a large home, a place where his entire family could live peacefully together. But once he saw the construction costs, he understood that dream was far out of reach. Gradually, it faded into the background of his busy life. Years passed, his eldest son married, his eldest daughter became a nurse, his younger daughter trained as an athlete, and his youngest son completed his military service. Life kept moving forward, full of small hopes and simple happiness. Then, out of nowhere, monsters appeared across the world. The father, who owned a hardware store, turned it into their family's refuge. With the tools and materials he had, he managed to protect his loved ones through the first wave of attacks. But survival came at a cost. Food and water ran scarce, and every day grew more desperate. Then, one afternoon, his eldest son's in-laws found their way to the shelter, soon followed by his son and daughter-in-law. His daughter-in-law possessed a special ability. She could produce water, a power that kept them alive a little longer. But their relief was short-lived. A new breed of monsters emerged, cruel, intelligent, and far more vicious than before. These creatures tortured anyone they encountered, sparing neither men, women, nor even children. Then, one day, a strange notification appeared before his eyes, informing him that he had awakened a power. His class, architect, it granted him the ability to construct and reinforce structures freely. He believed this gift had come from the dream he once held so tightly, the dream of building a safe home for his family. Using it, he reinforced their house, sealed the windows, and strengthened the walls. He even surrounded the entire property with barriers. Together with his daughter-in-law's ability, they managed to hold out, though the threat never ceased. Recently, he'd noticed soldiers scouting near their property, and now they had returned, this time accompanied by a massive monster. He knew their plan, to annihilate everything, so he gave his son one final order: to take everyone and escape through the underground passage he had secretly built long ago. His wife trembled and protested, her voice breaking with fear, yet he managed a faint, reassuring smile, telling her gently to have faith in him. Just as he was about to guide them to safety, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Something outside had caught his eye. His wife immediately sensed his change in expression and asked if things had gotten worse. He replied softly that it wasn't that at all. And with that, the story returns to our current moment. After clearing out the goblins, the protagonist heads toward the house with his loyal skeleton companions at his side. Before he even calls out, the front door swings open, and his father meets his eyes. Overwhelmed, he bursts into tears and rushes forward to embrace him. But in that instant, he notices his family's joyful expressions shift into unease. They've spotted the silent skeletons standing behind him. Quickly, he explains that they are his summons, undead under his command, loyal and harmless to humans. To ease their tension further, he gestures toward the radiant portal shimmering behind him. Through it, two sisters can be seen sitting comfortably, sharing a meal. When the sisters notice their family through the glowing gate, they too are overcome with emotion and break into tears. After that heartfelt reunion, he brings everyone into the subspace, where the entire family gathers around the dinner table. His mother takes a bite and gasps in amazement at how good the food tastes. She turns to Yangsu's wife, wondering if she might secretly be a professional chef. Not wanting to be shown up, the mother decides to prepare a dessert of her own. She does her best to craft a mom-style tiramisu, layered with whipped cream and green grapes. When Yuzhong takes her first bite, her eyes light up instantly. Seeing that reaction, the mother lets out a proud laugh, pretending to shrug it off, though inside she's deeply touched by the praise. Meanwhile, in another corner of the house, an elderly man approaches Lancelot and asks if he knows how to play chess. Lancelot admits he's played something similar before, but not exactly this version. The old man grins eagerly and invites him to sit down, excited to teach him the real thing. He walks away afterward, leaving the others to their own lively conversations. Nearby, the hero's brother hands him a small glowing gem. It's a D-grade enchantment stone imbued with the powers of penetration and explosion. He explains that he found it during a journey when a griffin-like creature battled and killed a rhino-type monster. Later, he discovered the gem inside the rhino's remains. He admits he can't use it effectively himself, but he believes his brother will make far better use of it. As the brother turns to leave, the protagonist notices a scar running across his face and wonders silently what hardships they must have endured to survive. Just then, their father enters the room and tells him how proud he is of him. He expresses his gratitude that the whole family is finally safe. Thanks to his son's ability, they now live in a place where food and safety are no longer worries. The boy nods calmly and replies that he has come to realize something profound, that good and evil only matter as long as people exist to care about them. When he first gained his power, he never believed he'd see his family again. But the more he used that strength to help others, the more he saw that everyone shared the same desire, to protect those they love. If people stopped helping one another, he wonders, what kind of hearts would they even have left? His father smiles, eyes full of pride, and tells him he couldn't be prouder. The boy thanks him sincerely, grateful to have such a father. After exchanging good nights, they both retire to rest. The scene then shifts to a bustling military base, where officers are buried under piles of paperwork. After reviewing nearly half, the operations commander orders a short break. Suddenly, a soldier bursts into the room with urgent news. He reports that a skeleton knight has arrived on a motorcycle, claiming his lord is heading toward Paju. The commander's eyes widen. If that knight's master is who he suspects, then why is he going there? After a tense silence, he suddenly shouts in alarm, realizing that the protagonist might be going to face the rebel army. Meanwhile, the sister trains intensely in her boxing session. She punches the sandbag so hard that it rips apart, sending it flying across the room. Frustrated, she yells for Pax to bring another one quickly, but Pax responds calmly that they're following the set training pace. From the upper floor, her brother watches alongside their older sister. He asks why she's so upset today. She explains it's because the protagonist refused to let her fight outside, saying the world beyond was still too dangerous even for her powers. So she asked their father to install a sandbag setup instead, and has been venting her anger on it ever since. Then she switches topics, asking about the scar on his face. He touches his cheek, realizing the wound has nearly vanished. Shocked, he mutters that maybe he's awakened some kind of ability too. His sister rolls her eyes, saying it was barely a scratch to begin with, but he insists it was deep and shouldn't have healed so fast. She scoffs, reminding him of the time she met a man in the hospital who could control people's minds. Compared to that, his tiny scar is nothing. Just then, their mother calls from the kitchen, announcing dinner's ready. She bolts off instantly, shouting for everyone to come eat. Elsewhere, the grandfather sits in another room, deeply immersed in a chess match. He's both amazed and confused. Lancelot, who claimed he'd never played before, is pulling off advanced moves even he can't grasp. In the end, the old man loses and decides to ask the skeleton knight to teach him those strategies later. Meanwhile, outside, the world erupts into chaos. Dozens of tanks roll forward, firing endlessly and filling the battlefield with thunderous explosions. Then, a brilliant portal materializes ahead, unleashing a volley of missiles. These are rare, ranked weapons infused with the attributes of penetration and detonation. Each missile strikes its target and obliterates a tank on impact, erasing the enemy units within moments. Watching the devastation, the boy feels a grim satisfaction. He had always avoided using such firepower to spare civilians, but the skeleton knights scouting confirmed the area was empty of innocents. Now he could unleash his full strength. According to their plan, he would crush the enemy forces while the skeleton knight rescued the hostages. His Black Hawk helicopter had been upgraded with enhanced weaponry, and he fused enchantment stones into his missiles, boosting their velocity to 200 miles per hour, with a range of over 300 feet. These empowered missiles made gathering mana stones far easier. When he checked his resources, he realized he needed 10,000 mana stones to upgrade his subspace to level 4. To his dismay, he saw only 1,990 remaining, far fewer than he expected, especially given how many goblins he'd slain. The system then revealed that 45% of his collected stones were automatically transferred to someone named Tanidiu from the Mexican dimension, and another 25% were sent to the high priest Bong Su. The boy froze in disbelief, faintly recalling those names from the skeleton knight's earlier reports. Just then, the knight returned from his mission, reporting that all enemy camps had been wiped out, and that the archer was rescuing the last of the survivors. The protagonist confirms he's unharmed, then asks about this Tanidiu and the high priest. The knight explains that the Mexican dimension is likely Tanidiu's realm, just as Earth is known as the Earth dimension. He adds that Bong Su is probably one of those priests who sacrifice lives to gain forbidden power. Meanwhile, on Bong Su's system screen, endless notifications pop up, each one showing massive fees earned from the flood of mana stones. Bong frowns, unsettled by the influx, wondering who could be generating so many stones that he's profiting this much. Explosions echo outside, but none of his soldiers report back, leaving him in the dark about what's happening. Before he can make sense of it, a missile tears through the air, striking him down instantly. The protagonist arrives moments later, breathing heavily from climbing the stairs. He finds the priest's body sprawled out, a massive hole in his chest, then notices a strange red mist forming, swirling around the wound and closing it shut. The skeleton knight identifies the phenomenon, warning that the priest is regenerating. After a brief stillness, the man rises again, his wounds completely gone, his body restored. A smug grin spreads across his face as he takes in the sight of the protagonist standing beside a skeleton knight. The hero responds calmly, admitting he's just as surprised, since he never imagined goblins could even speak. The priest answers with a cold tone, revealing that those goblin soldiers were once human, consumed by greed for mana stones. He claims he warned them of their fate, yet they chose corruption. Speaking as though offering mercy, he suggests they retreat peacefully, boasting that he could kill them at any time if he wished. But he'd rather not waste his energy. Hearing that arrogance, the skeleton knight cuts him off, declaring that the priest wouldn't even manage to scratch them. Meanwhile, the boy's attention shifts toward the crimson smoke swirling around them, trying to decipher what it truly is. Behind the priest, the entire sky has darkened, completely engulfed by that red haze. Out of it, a monstrous, terrifying eye materializes, staring down from above. The boy freezes, paralyzed in shock. Amused, the priest asks if this is his first time witnessing a high-ranked being. He explains that due to dimensional rank restrictions, most high-level entities never intervene directly, even when they act as sponsors. But Tanatsu, he says with a grin, is different. When summoned, he physically descends into this world. The priest offers them one final chance at forgiveness, his voice echoing with mock compassion. Yet before he can finish his sentence, the skeleton knight swings his blade, severing the priest's head in an instant. But even as it falls, the head levitates and reattaches to his body, pulsing with that sinister red energy. Laughing mockingly, the priest claims he can regenerate endlessly, no matter how many times they destroy him. The knight refuses to yield, stating firmly that his loyalty lies only with his master. Enraged, the priest charges forward, confident his regeneration makes him invincible. Instead of drawing his sword, Lancelot clenches his fists and chooses to fight hand-to-hand, even knowing he can't kill the man that way. The priest keeps healing between the strikes, laughing through every blow, boasting that he can't be killed. But the knight refuses to stop, determined to beat him down until his body gives out. The boy watches as the priest is pummeled relentlessly, yet deep down he knows brute force won't be enough. That unending regeneration stems from Tanatio's power, and unless he finds a counter, the cycle will never end. He racks his mind, desperately, for a solution to halt the regeneration. Then it hits him. When he once placed a giant beast into his subspace, all its poison effects vanished. Maybe the same could happen to the priest. Without hesitation, he orders the skeleton knight to throw the priest into the portal. The knight obeys immediately, hurling the struggling man straight into it. A system prompt flashes, requesting approval to admit the target into subspace, and the boy instantly confirms it. Inside the subspace, the older sister strolls around with a snack in hand when she notices the portal activate. At first, she assumes her brother is coming through, but when an unfamiliar old man tumbles out instead, she screams in shock. The younger sister rushes in at the same moment and grabs the priest by the head, mistaking him for their brother. From outside, the boy watches in disbelief through the portal as she lunges toward the intruder. Acting fast, he slams the portal shut, trapping her inside before she can come through. Instantly, the priest's body is unregistered from the system, then expelled from the subspace entirely. Inside, the sister glares with a devilish expression, warning her brother that she'll deal with him personally next time he dares to enter. The boy shudders, more terrified of her than of Tanatio himself. Once the priest dies, ownership of the dimensions account transfers automatically, merging all stored mana stones. Checking the total, he finds an astounding 14,123 mana stones. He stares in disbelief. The priest had accumulated that much just from commissions. Yet, strangely, there's no record of any payments sent to Tanatia. Looking up, he realizes the entity's presence has vanished completely. The skeleton knight explains that only the high priest possessed the ability to summon that being, and with his death, the link has been cut. The entity is gone from this world, likely for good. The boy exhales a long, heavy breath and slumps down, utterly drained. The strain of facing death itself has left him exhausted, even though he barely fought at all. Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind. He turns around to see reinforcements approaching, led by the commander himself. When they ask about the whereabouts of the first unit's leader, the protagonist silently points toward the shriveled remains of the high priest's corpse. Through the radios, other squads report that every goblin and zombie in the area has been wiped out. Not a single enemy remains, though no one can explain how it happened. The commander instructs his men to stay alert, continue relaying updates, rescue survivors, and clear the battlefield of any remaining hazards. Turning to the hero, he commends his composure and efficiency, admitting that he handled the entire operation flawlessly. The young man chuckles awkwardly, confessing that he himself has no idea how the goblins ended up turning into mummified husks. The commander then apologizes for previously trying to draft him into the army. He admits that he had severely underestimated him, and now understands that the boy's strength far surpasses anything he imagined. Still, he makes a request, asking for his help to tend to the survivors, many of whom are injured, traumatized, or still unconscious. Their suffering far greater than anticipated. The commander openly admits that both the government and the military failed to handle the crisis properly, and he humbly asks for the hero's aid. The boy agrees, but firmly clarifies that he is not accepting any sort of deal. He declares he will never serve under military command, and that any help he gives will always be on his own terms. Hearing this, the commander simply smiles and extends his hand. The boy takes it, their handshake marking mutual understanding. A silent agreement passes between them, a recognition of trust beyond ranks or orders. The commander then raises his walkie-talkie. Over the frequency, he announces that the hero is hereby granted the honorary title of colonel for his remarkable efforts in eliminating the armored threat and restoring order. All soldiers are instructed to show full respect and comply with any of his commands. Embarrassed, the boy tries to protest, insisting he's not a soldier, but the commander merely smiles, saying he can ignore the title if he wants, before heading off to assist with the rescue efforts. For some reason, the boy blushes, muttering in embarrassment. Once the commander leaves, he turns to compliment the knight for his hard work and suggests they take a break. The knight nods in thanks, but then asks about his archer companion. The boy immediately remembers and tries to summon the archer skeleton, using the retrieval feature. However, the system fails. The archer is too far away. He realizes the retrieval only works at close range. Determined, he decides they'll go find him together. At the same time, he spends 10,000 mana stones to upgrade his subspace to level 4, wondering what his skeletal archer might be doing. The scene shifts to the archer, currently rummaging through the high priest's old office. He flips through piles of dusty documents. Finding something valuable, he smirks, certain that his master will be pleased. So far, he has discovered 3 application forms for registering as dimensional beings. Moments later, the boy arrives, notices the papers, and immediately recognizes their importance: registration forms for dimensional entities. He thanks the archer, realizing they could be the key to calming his demonic sister. Meanwhile, on the other side, his sister waits with a dangerous smile curling at the corners of her lips. The older sister, teasing her from the sidelines, only fuels her fury. Before she lashes out, the boy hurriedly hands her the papers, urging her to read first, hoping it will diffuse her anger. She skims through them and realizes they're indeed dimensional registration forms. The boy admits he didn't want to stop her from fighting, but he feared the outside world was too dangerous. He even confesses he enjoys watching her battle and that trapping her wasn't meant to mock her. She barely listens, focused entirely on the documents, and for a moment he breathes in relief, thinking the crisis is over. Then she frowns, realizing that to complete registration, a dimensional account is required. The boy scrambles for an excuse, but before he can finish, she lands a heavy punch that sends him spinning and crashing to the ground. Thankfully, the upgraded subspace's enhanced healing activates instantly, so he barely feels the blow. Watching the chaos unfold, the older sister mutters whether her brother can really survive a fight with an 8th ranker. The knights, however, begin trembling in an unsettling way. Saul, now gripping the boy by the throat, squeezes tightly. When Jaeon shouts, he turns and sees both knights dropping to their knees, clearly in agony. The sister rushes to ask if they're all right. The skeletal knight trembles, saying his body feels like it's burning and itching, the sensation worsening rapidly. The nurse sister narrows her eyes, suspecting it might be a side effect of accelerated healing. The protagonist pieces everything together, and finally understands that the subspace's new life support system is flooding the area with restorative energy. Yet for skeletal beings like the knights, those healing waves have the opposite effect. Their undead forms twist and rebel against it, torn apart by the system's attempt to restore what should never heal. In a trembling voice, Lancelot admits that things felt far more stable when they were inside the fortress. Hearing that, they make the collective decision to move back within Camelot's walls. Once inside, the healing influence reverses its effect. From the item, a white enchantment stone materializes, pure, yet devoid of any unique properties. Alongside it lies another, a blue stone he never recalls being crafted by anyone. He stares, puzzled, wondering how these enchantment stones could be forming on their own without any clear sacrifice being made. The truth dawns on him. The Subspace life support system is restoring vitality to the knights, while the item's blood-ride ability simultaneously drains that very life to forge enchantment stones. In short, he has just uncovered what can only be described as the infinite enchantment stone glitch. Still, despite this discovery, he can't shake the doubt gnawing at him. Could he really stand against a being as overwhelming as that higher-level entity he faced earlier? For now, he resolves to focus entirely on strengthening his own power. The scene shifts to a military base where officers sift through stacks of seized documents, reporting grimly that the rebels had used the national flag as bait to gather citizens for sacrifice. But thanks to the hero's intervention, the threat has already been erased, and they can finally breathe easier. The commander lifts his gaze toward the mountains, where the sun's light spreads across the horizon. It's already morning. Then, without warning, a system-wide notification flashes before his eyes, and not just his, but everyone's across Earth. It announces that the Interdimensional Chamber of Commerce has been monitoring Earth throughout its exploration phase, revealing that 13,117 individuals have gained special powers, though 17 unfortunate cases resulted in reverse growth. Even so, the report praises Earth's remarkable development potential and its worth for upcoming multidimensional ventures. Another announcement follows swiftly, declaring the exploration phase concluded. Earth is now officially designated as Grade BB, and a new stage will soon begin. In 7 days, a bidding competition will take place, with regional representatives leading their own teams. The results will determine the distribution of rewards. If an opposing dimension triumphs, a portal opens for further invasion. If Earth's team prevails, they secure an exclusive prize. The system promises that all detailed rules will be disclosed 24 hours before the event. Reading the messages, the protagonist mutters that it's basically a formal declaration of war. His family wonders aloud if this could just be a prank, but he knows better. The same corporation was listed on the dimensional registration form he saw earlier. His mother explodes in fury, shouting at the invisible messengers in the air. She demands to know who gave them permission to treat their world as a playground for competitions. Both siblings glance at each other awkwardly, trying to calm her down while the protagonist admits he doesn't fully grasp the situation either. Still, from what he gathers, the system's bidding format makes it clear. Earth has been drawn into something that resembles a game on a cosmic scale. Then another private message appears, addressed only to him. The chamber congratulates him for earning the highest profit in his region during the exploration phase and appoints him as Saul's official representative in the upcoming bidding competition. Should he refuse, the title automatically passes to the second highest earner. His older sister stares in disbelief that the message singled him out alone. His brother remarks that this officially makes him the representative of Saul, and adds that the competition will likely pit Earth's chosen team against alien forces, though, honestly, everyone had already assumed as much. Finally, a new notification confirms that upon accepting, he may recruit up to 100 members, including himself, to form his bidding team. After confirming his participation, he immediately visits the commander, who greets him with a proud, relieved smile. The protagonist explains that he now holds the authority to select 100 fighters to stand against the alien forces preparing to invade their city. He's already assigned his family to the Knights unit and requests that the army fill the remaining 80 slots. The commander exhales, visibly relieved that someone like him will be leading their defense. He even offers a small notebook listing the names of every awakened soldier, telling him to choose anyone he desires. Yet he politely declines, saying he only needs the best marksman available. The commander looks surprised, but Kim assures him that he already possesses extensive intelligence on the alien factions and their abilities. It turns out these invaders worship a goddess called Emeth and channel divine power to forge their weapons. He pulls up the system projection, displaying the goddess and her gleaming army. Her soldiers chant fervent prayers for her eternal reign and for the annihilation of all humans, whom they scornfully label as barbarians. Another system prompt lists the warriors from Emeth's realm, revealing that every single one of them holds the rank of 8th class. The protagonist realizes how formidable their foes are, yet the exact mechanics of this battle still puzzle him. From the information he's gathered, 1 hour before combat begins, both sides will be placed in the same area, separated only by an invisible barrier, giving them time to prepare but not to strike. The Emeth Dimensions team will bring with them a gate core, which will automatically hatch after 12 hours. To claim victory, Earth's side must destroy it before that happens. But the enemy won't simply defend their gate. They'll strike relentlessly, knowing full well that most of his team consists of 9th-rank fighters, and that the opposition can view their lineup. This means they'll be forced to hold the line while simultaneously pushing toward the gate core. For offense, he selects himself, the skeletal knight, and his sister. However, their biggest weakness lies in defense, since every opposing warrior stands a full rank above them. The commander grimly notes that even their long-range weapons are practically useless against 8th-rank enemies. Their current arsenal simply isn't powerful enough to pierce through. Hearing that concern, the protagonist calmly reassures the commander not to worry. He had spent the entire night enhancing his abilities. Though no new powers were unlocked, his existing ones evolved dramatically, allowing him to deploy multiple items simultaneously while unlocking a series of new functions. His Subspace laboratory now features a full-scale simulation system, enabling him to design, test, and refine weapons before physically crafting them. He throws himself into the process, working for hours on end. He experiments relentlessly, crafting weapons that are lightweight, usable even by those without special abilities, yet strong enough to pierce through 8th-rank armor. After countless adjustments and tests, he finally perfects a gun that meets his expectations. Initially, he tries enchanting only the ammunition, but the result is disappointing. The guns shatter after just one shot, their fragile frames unable to handle the energy. Refusing to give up, he cycles through various materials until he realizes the weapon's structure must be reinforced with enchantment stones. Once fitted, the gun's durability skyrockets, capable of firing 3 consecutive rounds without breaking. The protagonist gathers everyone and lays out his plan in detail. He explains that each rifle can only fire 3 shots before wearing out, but by stockpiling enough of them and rotating weapons efficiently, they can maintain constant fire. While one team holds the defense, another will advance to target the gate core. The commander examines the modified weapon with awe, immediately assembling a roster of elite snipers to train with it. The snipers receive a full week to master the handling and rhythm of their new armaments. Meanwhile, the protagonist collaborates with his father on defensive strategies, spreading out maps and sketching a fortress layout specifically designed for the upcoming battle. The offensive unit simultaneously focuses on amplifying their power by absorbing mana stones. His sister's defensive skill evolves. Her body shield now extends its protection to cover nearby allies as well. The older sister's ability advances too. She can now generate a barrier that automatically heals anyone standing within its radius. With every member strengthened and their preparations complete, the protagonist feels confident. This time, they truly have a chance to win. 7 days pass in tense anticipation, and now only 1 hour remains before the competition begins. In the distance, the skies ripple open as the forces from Emeth's realm arrive, carrying their massive gate core with them. Watching from afar, the protagonist immediately recognizes the core. It's identical to the one shown in the preview footage. But soon, something peculiar catches his attention. The enemy begins constructing 2 massive structures on either side of the core. He quickly deduces that these are likely defensive fortifications built to shield it. Meanwhile, several of the Holy Knights march confidently toward the invisible barrier, separating the 2 sides. One of them sneers, claiming they've already reviewed Earth's roster and know that only a few are of 7th or 8th rank, while the majority are 9th rank, easy prey, or so they think. The knight mocks them further, boasting that they'll tear out their tongues as a merciful act. The protagonist expected nothing less from the holy knight's arrogance and remains unfazed. He trusts his ninth-rank teammates completely. Then, the system's voice echoes across the battlefield, announcing the official start of the bidding competition. Without hesitation, the knight commander from Emeth's side bellows an order to charge. On Earth's side, the human commander immediately responds with a command to open fire. Their bullets release crackling waves of electricity upon impact, stunning the enemy knights and weakening their shields enough for the rounds to actually wound them. The holy warriors hadn't expected such resistance from ninth-rank humans. Quickly regaining their composure, the knights activate their divine barriers to block the barrage. Their goal is simple: hold the line until Earth's ammunition runs dry. But the human soldiers fight with calculated coordination. Their teams operate in perfect relay. As soon as one shooter empties a rifle's 3 rounds, another immediately hands him a fresh weapon from their streamlined magazine chain. They soon report to the hero that 20% of their rifles have already been expended. This matches his projections exactly, so he signals the next stage of their plan. It's time for the offensive unit to advance. The massive castle gate creaks open, revealing the strike team ready to charge. One of the enemy knights spots the movement and warns that the humans might be going after the gate core, but another scoffs, insisting it's indestructible. He orders them instead to focus on maintaining formation until reinforcements arrive. From above, the air trembles with sudden motion. The archer skeleton takes aim and fires. A blazing projectile, the size of a bowling ball, arcs through the air and crashes into an enemy squad. The explosion erupts as more troops move in to assist. The ambush catches them completely off guard, wiping out the entire squad in an instant. Watching the rising smoke from afar, the hero smiles grimly. Everything is unfolding exactly according to plan. Now, the only task left is to destroy the gate core. But to his surprise, the enemy has already summoned a colossal manifestation of their goddess to guard it. A towering figure radiating divine energy. Without hesitation, he launches a hellfire missile straight at the statue. The explosion roars through the air, yet when the smoke clears, the massive figure stands untouched. He stares in disbelief at its indestructible form, unable to hide his astonishment. A mischievous thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he could somehow store that statue in his subspace for future use. Just then, an elder among the holy knights shouts across the battlefield, proclaiming that Earth itself is nothing more than an offering to their divine goddess. He chastises humanity for their arrogance, ignoring the warnings of his fellow knights who beg him to take cover. He insists on delivering the goddess's message that he will purify the hearts of humans through her sacred judgment. While the old fanatic preaches to the sky, the protagonist spots the enemy's warehouse, a massive storage filled with alien construction materials. His eyes light up instantly, and he orders his team to pack everything up and store it in his subspace before the enemy can react. The elder turns in shock, realizing too late that their resources are being plundered before his eyes. The protagonist then tells his pilot friend to take the helicopter higher. He wants a better vantage point for his next move. Meanwhile, the skeleton knight and his sister sense incoming attacks from a group of enemy reinforcements. To block the assault, the sister raises her barrier with full confidence, but it shatters the moment the first spear hits, breaking apart like glass. The knight quickly explains that those aren't ordinary weapons, but projectiles enhanced with a special dimensional technique. Their effects mimic that of enchantment stones. Realizing their warehouse has been looted, the holy knights unleash a furious barrage of spears. They channel divine power through a technique called blessing, and Lancelot theorizes that the same enchantment was also used to reinforce the stolen construction materials. Hearing this, the sister catches one of the spears midair, inspecting it and realizing that they could make exceptional weapons of their own. The pilot notes that the enemies have started slowing their attacks, so he pulls the chopper up for takeoff. From the skies above, the protagonist begins dropping the stolen construction materials directly onto the giant goddess statue. Each impact triggers a massive chain of explosions, shaking the entire battlefield. And when the smoke finally clears, the gate core lies shattered in ruin. A global system notification blares across the sky. The Seoul region bidding competition has concluded, and Earth has emerged victorious. Rewards are now being distributed. All 100 participants receive official dimensional accounts, and 5,000 mana stones are awarded based on individual performance. Without hesitation, the hero registers his father, older sister, and pilot as 8th rank members using the documents he had collected earlier. Another digital document materializes before him, glowing faintly. It grants him exclusive establishment rights over something called the lethargy dimension. Instantly, a crimson portal opens in front of them, swirling with energy. Everyone stares, uncertain what it means. When he reaches out to touch it, a notification appears, informing him that he must first confirm his license before conducting any form of business there. Moments later, another system prompt offers to buy the rights from him for 10,000 magic stones. The protagonist stands frozen, a mix of shock and irritation flooding his face. It was supposed to be a reward, yet they're already trying to trick him into giving it up. He realizes just how manipulative the interdimensional Chamber of Commerce truly is, first forcing them into a deadly competition rigged against him, and now pretending to be generous while secretly attempting to reclaim the very prize he earned. Furious, he decides to reject the offer outright, vowing to hold on to those rights unless an impossibly high deal ever comes his way. Just then, his father approaches from behind and asks what their next step will be. The protagonist replies that there isn't much to do for now, and that the portal doesn't seem particularly useful at the moment. His older sister mentions that all the administrative work is complete and says she'll tend to the wounded. He nods and gives her his approval. Turning back to his father, he apologizes for calling him over so suddenly and acknowledges that he must be exhausted. His father chuckles, saying that signing a few documents hardly counts as work. If anything, it makes him feel stronger. The protagonist smiles faintly and tells him he can go take a rest through the portal. As everyone begins dispersing to handle their respective duties, the father's eyes suddenly catch sight of a massive pile, an entire mountain of high-quality construction materials from another dimension. He stands there in disbelief, amazed by the sheer volume, and asks his son how such abundance is even possible. The protagonist grins and explains that all those materials now belong to them, and the best part, they'll never run out. His father's eyes brighten with pure joy at the news. This is nothing short of a lifelong dream finally made real for him. Meanwhile, our boy quietly walks away, his thoughts heavy and reflective. He recalls the bidding competition, noting how the final results haven't been fully disclosed, yet since the contest runs for 12 full hours. He assumes that once the timer ends, all regions will finally receive their outcomes. The scene fades into night. 12 hours later, a system broadcast echoes across every screen, declaring that the bidding competitions are officially over and results are being announced. In China, 16 of 117 regions triumphed while 101 fell. India fares similarly. 24 of 129 secured victory, the rest were defeated. Region after region flashes on the screen until South Korea's data finally appears. Out of 5 regions, 4 have won, only Incheon has failed. The overall global statistics appear next. 761 regions participated, yet only 113 on Earth emerged victorious, while 648 were defeated. The devastating losses drag Earth's overall rating down from BB to CCC. The scene cuts to the Joint Chiefs' Strategic Command Room. The commander slams the report onto the table, his face darkening as he calls the outcome catastrophic. He admits he never expected such a large-scale collapse worldwide. Though some battles were close, the world's defense has suffered a major setback. Even so, he points out that South Korea performed relatively well. Only one region failed. He proposes mobilizing forces immediately to reclaim that lost area. Before anyone can respond, a soldier bursts through the doors, breathless, reporting an urgent message from the 17th Division stationed in Incheon. The commander snatches the disaster report from his hands. His expression hardens as he reads. The attackers are identified as lizard men from the Savros dimension. Their gate established right in the middle of Chinatown. The creatures are highly trained, adept in both ground and aerial warfare. Although combat briefly paused 2 hours before the bidding's end, the lizard men resumed their advance, flooding through the gate in massive numbers and deploying heavy formations aimed straight toward Seoul. The officers quickly realize this isn't a random attack. It's a calculated strike. They question the true target of the invasion, some suspecting it may have ties to our boy himself. The Skeleton Knight studies the tactical map. He notes grimly that the two cities lie dangerously close, meaning they have almost no time to prepare. Suddenly, a system announcement flashes. Every regional representative's name will now appear above their heads. Sol glances at her brother, wondering if his name will be visible. Yet when they both look up, nothing appears. For a moment, they consider whether he might not have been registered as the official representative at all, which shouldn't be possible. More messages flood in. Seventh-tier entities are now permitted to travel freely to Earth. In addition, any dimensional beings who have acquired establishment licenses, like the one our boy holds, can open new portals in other regions by killing that region's representative. The revelation shocks everyone. Regional representatives are now the prime targets. In hindsight, it's almost a relief that our hero's name isn't showing. It makes him harder to find. But then, the Skeleton Knight narrows his eyes, as if a sudden realization strikes him. Without a word, he steps out through the window. Hovering above the building, a massive glowing tag becomes visible. Sol Rep. The group rushes outside to confirm. There it is, our boy's name, blazing in the sky all along, just too high to see from below. His sister frowns, pointing out that such visibility makes him a perfect target for the lizard men. The group collectively understands. The enemy had anticipated this system change long before and prepared accordingly. The Skeleton Knight deduces that the lizard men treated the entire bidding event as part of a long-term invasion plan. Their strategy was clear: win the contest, assassinate the representative, seize the business rights, and establish a permanent portal. They knew the mechanics of the competitions and planned every move in advance. Hearing this, the sister suggests hiding inside Subspace and launching counterattacks from within. Lancelot responds calmly that while this might protect his master, the enemy could capture civilians as hostages or use Earth's own armies to draw them out. Our boy agrees. Subspace alone isn't the answer. The enemy will adapt no matter what. Instead, he insists they should find a strong defensive position, hold their ground long enough to exhaust the enemy, and then unleash a counteroffensive at full strength. The staff find his reasoning solid. They immediately begin searching for terrain advantages, mobilize troops and weapons, and start constructing layered defenses before the enemy arrives. Every minute counts. This is when the driver guy steps forward confidently, promising he can transport the entire force anywhere in record time. He just needs to know their destination. Kim hesitates, admitting the hardest part is choosing the perfect base location. He needs somewhere strategically favorable, where the enemy will suffer massive losses while he can attack freely without endangering civilians. After some thought, he settles on Goyang Bridge. It perfectly limits enemy movement, surrounded mostly by parks with minimal structures, making civilian evacuation simple. Even if enemies attempt alternate routes, they'll still have to cross the bridge, where snipers and ranged units can easily intercept them. Once the site is chosen, they immediately begin construction. His father's architectural powers come into full play, and with the help of the abundant materials from the other dimension, an impregnable defense line starts taking shape. The Amith warehouse still holds additional resources, which Kim retrieves to create barricades that can slow enemy advances. On the newly raised fortress walls, his sister and the skeleton archer take position, armed with the enchanted javelins looted from the Holy Knights. Below, teams work in perfect coordination. Barricades are arranged in layers, and sharpshooters are stationed at every vantage point for maximum coverage. Our boy surveys the field, noting that while the barriers can stall ground troops, the aerial enemies remain their greatest threat. Yet thanks to his father's extraordinary skills, in just 4 short hours, the entire fortification stands complete, ready for the coming war. Yet even after all their careful planning, they overlooked 2 critical details that would cost them dearly. First, they didn't consider that the reptilian forces were exceptional swimmers, and with the river stretching a full kilometer wide, it allowed them to cross beneath the line of fire and reach the opposite shore without ever needing the bridge. Second, the dense forest waiting on the other side offered perfect concealment, enabling them to circle around and creep up behind the hero's troops completely unnoticed. By the time anyone realized, the ambush had already begun. From a distance, the enemy commander, Rakis, frowned in disbelief, wondering how the proud MF dimension could possibly have fallen to creatures like these. At that very moment, a lizardman messenger rushed to report that General Yadu was ready to initiate the next assault. The archer skeleton and his spectral companion utterly failed to pinpoint the enemy's position. In the next heartbeat, they were surrounded, ambushed from above by a swarm of flying lizardmen. The sudden strike caught everyone off guard, the attackers moving with blinding speed that stunned the troops. The soldiers immediately retaliated, unleashing a hail of enhanced bullets. The rounds connected, striking the enemy ranks with sharp precision. Meanwhile, the protagonist hurled chunks of MF dimension material through his portal, trying to disrupt their advance. But the lizardmen skillfully evaded the falling debris and kept charging forward. General EA-2 barked an order to keep pushing ahead, knowing that the projectiles would lose their effect once they got too close. Another general echoed the command to charge and led his unit straight toward the protagonist. But before he could close the distance, a spear whistled down from above, thrown by our hero himself, striking the enemy mid-charge. The blow didn't stop him, only fueled his fury, and he pressed forward with raw, unrestrained rage. The skeleton knight quickly noticed both opposing generals were 7th rank, though the one attacking them lacked any refined combat technique. The real threat stood farther back, General Rakis, calmly observing, waiting for his moment. Taking this into account, the skeleton knight turned to the protagonist, suggesting he take on the larger foe, while he would deal with the charging general himself. The enemy general accepted without hesitation and ordered his massive lizard mount to continue its advance. Witnessing the knight's fearless leap into battle, he found himself admiring such bravery and demanded to know his opponent's name. After exchanging introductions, the general challenged him, asking if he was ready to stake his life in a true warrior's duel. Lancelot met his gaze and returned the same question, but before the fight began, he pointed at the mount beneath the general and asked whether he intended to fight while sitting on that beast. The general chuckled, agreeing it was only fair to test their strengths on equal ground. The knight smirked, remarking that it was understandable since the man seemed terrified of dying. With a growl, the general dismounted, his pride demanding no less. Meanwhile, the soldiers redirected their focus, concentrating their fire on the advancing wave of enemies. Yet despite the relentless gunfire, the attackers' overwhelming speed and sheer numbers drove them forward like an unstoppable tide. The troops shouted warnings, dragged the wounded to cover, and maintained heavy suppressive fire, doing everything they could to slow the enemy's approach. From above, the hero's sister hurled a spear straight into a lizardman, sending him tumbling off a rooftop. Before he could recover, she leapt down and finished him off in one clean strike. She called out to the soldiers below, declaring that she would handle any who tried to scale the buildings, ordering them to keep shooting. More lizardmen appeared, but she struck down another with pinpoint accuracy, while the soldiers picked off the rest from a distance. Meanwhile, her younger sister knelt beside an injured comrade, tending to his wounds as the ground troops fought with every ounce of strength they had left. Overhead, a squad of aerial attackers swooped in from the skies, forcing the archer skeleton to face them alone. Watching their rapid descent, he realized the grim truth. He might not be able to hold them off by himself. Still, he steadied his aim, hoping desperately that the ally he was waiting for would arrive before it was too late. Meanwhile, the protagonist is still locked in fierce combat with the general, keeping him at bay by relentlessly launching enhanced materials in rapid succession. Even the monstrous foe grudgingly admits the hero's strength. Yet that acknowledgement does nothing to stop the continuous storm of projectiles raining down on him. The truth is, the hero isn't even manually firing. He set the system to automatic mode, letting the barrage run on its own. With one general now immobilized, a flicker of concern crosses his mind for his skeleton knight battling elsewhere. He glances back over his shoulder and catches sight of General Rakis, gripping a glowing holy spear. The moment the general thrusts forward to strike, the skeleton knight swiftly evades, leaping backward just in time. Irritated, the monster snarls and mocks him, questioning whether this cowardly retreat counts as a warrior's way of fighting. Lancelot wants to correct that insult with his blade, but he knows well how dangerous that weapon truly is. Its aura reveals traces of power, similar to Emeth's dimension enhancement technique. He asks if the weapon was forged by the Emeth dimension itself, but the general scoffs, replying that it was crafted in their own realm, only enchanted by Emeth's people afterward. The knight tries to bait his rage again, taunting him by suggesting he relies on that weapon because he lacks the skill for real combat. But this time, the general refuses to fall for it, holding his composure. In a tense instant, the skeleton knight loses his footing, and the general lunges with full force, confident this final strike will end it all. The holy spear slashes toward the knight's neck, but suddenly halts midair. The weapon slips from the general's grasp, spins violently in the air, and vanishes into a swirling portal. The protagonist calmly stores the holy spear into his MF warehouse as a newly acquired item, costing him 238 mana stones. Now armed with the weapon, he tells the furious lizard general he'll make sure it's put to good use. The enemy scoffs, accusing the knight of fighting dirty after preaching about honor. The knight responds coldly, warning him not to speak of his master's plans without understanding them. The lizard general snarls back, throwing insults at the hero's master out of frustration. Hearing this, Lancelot remarks that he can practically feel the creature's fear now that he's unarmed. He points out that the general's anger is nothing but a mask, hiding the terror of defeat, and that he doesn't even need a sword to finish this fight. With that, he drops his own weapon to the ground. Gordon, undeterred, raises his fists and declares that the outcome won't change. The general bursts out laughing and assumes his stance as well, ready to clash head-on. Meanwhile, the protagonist inspects the stats of his newly acquired blade, his eyes widening as he realizes just how extraordinary this artifact truly is. But his brief distraction doesn't go unnoticed. The monstrous opponent catches on and pauses, watching him closely. With a sneer, the creature mocks him, asking if he's frozen in fear after witnessing such an impenetrable defense. Boasting arrogantly, he claims that no one alive could withstand his charge, no one but the other two generals. Yet before he can act on his words, two spears whistle through the air and pierce clean through his arm. Shock floods his expression as he recognizes the weapon. It belongs to his own ally. Before he can process the betrayal, a rain of radiant, holy spears crashes down upon him from every direction. The force overwhelms him, and he collapses lifelessly to the ground. A system notification flashes before the hero's eyes, confirming that ownership of the enemy's dimensional account has been transferred to him, along with 1,067 mana stones and a level D enchant stone bearing the etherealization attribute. All across the battlefield, the soldiers continue to fire relentlessly, cutting down swarms of lizardmen. From her vantage point, the hero's sister notices the lower levels have been cleared, and the buildings are now secure. But realization dawns on her. She's left the archer skeleton alone to deal with the remaining flying enemies. She immediately rushes toward the archer's position to lend support. But by the time she arrives, it's already over. The skeleton archer has single-handedly wiped out every last flying enemy. Elsewhere, the skeleton knight and the enemy general remain locked in a fierce duel. Their raw strength appears evenly matched, each blow shaking the ground beneath them. Yet Lancelot's mastery of technique gives him a subtle but decisive edge. Rowe suddenly goes full, prime Mike Tyson, unleashing a brutal barrage of punches on the lizard general. The general tries to retaliate, swinging desperately, but a crushing uppercut sends him crashing to the ground. Standing tall, the knight gazes down at his fallen foe and calmly asks for his final words. With his last breath, the general praises the honor of their magnificent duel, just before Lancelot ends it with one last devastating punch. With both enemy generals defeated, the soldiers on the field slowly realize that they've survived the nightmare assault. A runner bursts in, breathless, reporting that there's an urgent message from the Joint Chief of Staff Headquarters. The update warns that as long as the gate core remains active, monsters will continue flooding in from the other dimension, meaning it's time for them to strike back. Meanwhile, the protagonist upgrades his system again, spending 1,000 magic stones to raise his simultaneous shipping to level 3, now capable of dispatching 8 objects at once. He then turns his thoughts to the enchantment stone gained from the fallen general, considering how best to use it. Another enchant stone from Camelot is expected soon, and he factors that into his plans, though for now, gathering intelligence on the enemy takes priority. As the team moves toward the bridge, the protagonist reflects on what they must uncover: the exact location of the enemy's gate core, the strength of their defenses, and the kinds of creatures guarding it. Without that knowledge, a direct assault would be suicidal. As their craft lands, he's greeted with a formal salute and addressed as colonel by the soldiers. He responds humbly, downplaying the recognition. The lieutenant colonel commends him, pointing out that despite the ferocity of the lizardmen's attack, he managed to wipe them out without suffering a single casualty. He also explains that the operation chief is currently away, handling a minor emergency at the Joint Chiefs headquarters. Apparently, the base has been invaded by insect-like monsters. The protagonist doesn't find it particularly alarming and decides they should proceed with their planning regardless. A soldier reports that while they've pinpointed the gate's general location, the core itself remains undetected. A sniper team had been stationed nearby, but the area ahead has turned swamp-like and highly unstable, making both movement and visibility severely restricted. The protagonist studies the transmitted images, showing a ruined building overtaken by vines, moss, and decay. Though the air itself is harmless, the dense growth offers perfect hiding spots. Lizardmen could be lurking anywhere, making free movement nearly impossible. Considering this, he thinks his skeleton knights might be useful for recon. However, when he summons Lancelot, the knight explains that the plan may not work as intended. Even though they can navigate the terrain freely in their spirit forms, they still wouldn't be able to locate hidden enemies without revealing themselves. But Lancelot knows of someone with a unique skill, one who can steal information while remaining unseen through concealment and invisibility. The protagonist uses 500 mana stones and 1 enchant stone to summon the assassin knight, Mordred. Mordred is a stealth specialist, capable of infiltrating enemy zones unnoticed, silently eliminating targets, and making split-second, tactical decisions in the heat of battle. However, his form still interacts with the physical world, meaning he can be struck if detected. With the new ghost enchant stone, though, the hero can render him ethereal for as long as he remains invisible. The protagonist assigns Mordred a critical mission: to locate the lizardmen's hidden base, infiltrate their territory, and find the gate core itself. The skeleton assassin nods in understanding, instantly grasping every detail of the mission. Lancelot reminds him firmly that survival comes first. Engaging strong opponents should be avoided at all costs, and returning alive matters far more than collecting every last piece of intelligence. With that, the skeleton quietly departs on his own. Watching him go, the lieutenant hesitantly asks if sending him alone is truly safe. But our boy reassures him, it's fine, that one is among their finest. They'll need his intel before making any move, so he suggests everyone rest until the assassin returns. As the others disperse, he notices the skeleton knight hasn't budged. When asked why he isn't resting, Lancelot simply says he doesn't feel fatigue. Our boy then realizes the knight's armor has fewer marks than before, even after such an intense battle. Lancelot explains that Camelot's system lets armor repair itself as long as enough materials remain. He also gestures to a freshly formed stone with a damage regeneration trait, something that could prove useful later. Suddenly, he switches into combat stance, sensing a hidden watcher nearby. Our boy stiffens, thinking it might be a lurking lizardman. The knight admits he only detected their presence, not their exact location. Then he darts toward a storage container and catches the intruder off guard. Before the man can react, Lancelot's blade is already at his throat. "Your life depends on how you answer," he warns coldly. Hearing a distant scream, our boy rushes toward the noise. He bursts in, shocked to see his knight gripping a man by the neck. He yells for him to stop, but Lancelot's patience is thinning fast. The knight tightens his hold, demanding an answer as fury flashes in his eyes. With his final breath, the man gasps our boy's name. That only fuels Lancelot's wrath. He raises his blade, ready to deliver the cruelest end imaginable. But the hero intervenes just in time, revealing that the man he's choking is actually his friend. Meanwhile, the assassin skeleton stealthily makes his way through the lizardmen's domain, stepping past countless corpses. He notes how these creatures slaughter each other for pride, a tribe bred for war. To blend in, he drenches himself in blood to mask his scent. Then he advances toward a colossal tunnel ahead. It's oddly unguarded, likely because its sheer size makes guarding difficult. Inside, he sees groups of lizard men of all kinds. At one point, he almost bumps into one. A cold sweat runs down his spine. Being caught here would mean instant death. Using his stealth skill, he slips by unnoticed. Without his etherealization, he'd already be a corpse. His mission is simple: locate the gate core, and leave unseen. Deep within the tunnel, he spots a horned creature conversing with an elderly man. He quickly recognizes that the core lies before him. The old mage scolds the beast for interrupting his studies, threatening to seal it away if it misbehaves again. A deep, commanding voice interrupts the lizard men's leader. He reminds the mage of their agreement. The gate core must be protected. Annoyed, the old man retorts that he never intended to harm it, only to restrain it. The voice mocks him, saying his glory as an arcane mage is long gone. Now he's nothing. Suddenly, a massive tail coils around him. Enough, the voice growls. Unless you want to be crushed. Terrified, the mage apologizes at once, and the tail releases him. Though the skeleton can't see the creature clearly, he realizes this must be the true ruler of the monsters. Judging by the immense size of the tunnel, it was likely built for that serpent-like being. Just then, a chameleon nearby freezes, feeling something unseen brush against its leg. It lunges instantly, startling the assassin, breaking his invisibility. The mage notices him at once and whips out several scrolls. He casts a barrage of magic missiles, firing them directly at the skeleton. The scene shifts to the hero's childhood, where a young classmate once mocked him for wearing an outdated school uniform. The protagonist almost lost his temper and felt the urge to rearrange the boy's face, but he managed to restrain himself. The teasing, however, didn't stop. The boy continued to provoke him without any sense of fear. Eventually, though, he faced the consequence of his own actions. His name was Min Woo, a quiet loner who often flaunted his family's wealth, even when no one cared to listen. The rest of the students saw him as nothing more than an arrogant show-off and chose to stay away from him. One afternoon, while he was quietly playing on his Nintendo Switch, a group of students surrounded him, snatching his console while mocking that he could easily afford another one. When Min Woo tried to fight back, they ganged up on him and beat him mercilessly. That was when the protagonist stepped in, swinging his school bag at one of the bullies to protect the beaten-up boy. He didn't do it out of sympathy, but simply to make a point that he was not someone anyone should take lightly. Unfortunately, the bullies mistook his action as friendship, so they shifted their attention to him instead. Just as one of them was about to throw another punch, a firm hand caught his wrist midair. The bully turned in shock, only to find himself staring at the fearsome figure of the protagonist's sister, whose expression carried pure disappointment. She ordered him to come with her, and reminded him that he also had morning exercises to attend. Reluctantly, he complied and started walking away, leaving the boy with glasses standing behind. As he turned back, he asked the other boy why he wasn't coming along. From that moment on, the two of them became inseparable friends. They spent their entire junior school days side by side. Even when they went to different schools later, their bond stayed strong, and once they entered college, they met again. One casual day while they were playing games, the friend revealed that he had joined a dojo after seeing the protagonist and his sister train together. He stayed committed to the classes all throughout college. Because of that dedication, in the present timeline, he had awakened as a swordsman. The friend told him not to act surprised. After all, he himself now represented the entire city. The protagonist admitted he hadn't realized it was him, and had been secretly following to confirm it, only to get caught by the skeleton. The skeleton knight, misunderstanding the situation, began punishing himself by kneeling in remorse. The protagonist knew ordering him to stop would do nothing, for the knight had already accepted his penance willingly. Meanwhile, the knight silently reflected that he had overstepped his place and was unworthy of his title. When the protagonist later asked his friend about his mother, the friend hesitated before confessing that he wasn't sure whether she was still alive. Sometime later, deep in the lizardman territory, the skeleton knight broke into a small house to rescue Min Woo's mother. He introduced himself as one of Kim's loyal knights and assured her he would take her safely to her son. During the apocalypse, a transparent barrier formed during the Bidding War, separating her from him. Her son had joined the military in hopes of reaching her, but the area was later locked down after their defeat. This was why the skeleton knight took it upon himself to save her personally. Everything seemed to go smoothly until he caught sight of the assassin's ghoul being chased by a pack of enraged lizardmen. The skeleton shouted for him to flee, but the knight already knew it was far too late. Seeing their numbers, he realized escape was impossible and made a split-second decision. He ordered the assassin to retreat with the mother and to deliver all vital information to the hero, while he stayed behind to hold the enemies off. He also told him to inform the protagonist that the enchant stone should be used on Percival. The assassin's skeleton tried to argue, but Lancelot stopped him, saying there was no time. Understanding his intent, the assassin dashed away, leaving Lancelot behind. The knight tightened his grip around his sword, bracing himself for the inevitable fight ahead. Some time later, the assassin's skeleton returned to his master, carrying Min, Wu's mother, safely on his back, and reporting that the mission had been completed without failure. The moment his friend saw his mother unharmed, tears of overwhelming relief streamed down his face, while the protagonist couldn't help but wonder why the knight had yet to return. Then, a chilling system notification appeared, informing him that the knight's spirit had been vanquished. Later, the protagonist stood silently beside the assassin, listening as he recounted everything that had happened. That's when he learned that Lancelot had given up his life to protect his friend's mother and ensure his final message reached safely. Yet it wasn't a complete death. His spirit could still be revived through the combined power of the enchant stone and magic stone, though the process would be immensely difficult. The protagonist couldn't help but question himself, wondering if he had pushed Lancelot too far, forcing him into danger that could have been avoided. Perhaps he should have stopped him, instead of allowing him to go alone. These thoughts led him to reflect deeply on their past, realizing he needed to decide where the stone truly belonged. In that moment, he understood that even in his final breath, the knight had thought of others rather than himself. Determined, the protagonist ordered the assassin to recount every last detail, ensuring the knight's sacrifice would never be forgotten. Meanwhile, deep within the enemy's cave, the shattered remains of the knight's helmet were being examined by a mage. He studied the artifact closely, suspecting that a powerful sorcerer, or perhaps even a lick, had been involved. The snake beside him praised the mage for managing to defeat a 7th-rank opponent, noting that it would significantly weaken the enemy's power. The mage, however, raised his hand calmly and replied that moments like this weren't for praise but for gratitude, arguing that capturing the intruder was simply the soldier's duty. The snake acknowledged his point but still refused to thank him, which visibly irritated the mage, who called him hopeless and demanded to know his plans for the enchant stone. The snake responded coolly that he had none for the time being. He admitted he had intended to gift it to the 2 fallen generals, but with their deaths, that option was gone. The mage then interrupted with a sly grin, suggesting another possibility. He offered to take the stone himself, promising in exchange to create the ultimate scroll. He explained that scrolls were single-use tools allowing non-mages to cast spells, their value varying by type, some even surpassing 3rd-class enhancement stones. When the snake didn't seem impressed, the mage grew offended, calling him ignorant and labeling him a savage incapable of appreciating genius. The snake, unbothered, calmly replied that if rejecting such arrogance made one a savage, then even the arcane mages who shunned his methods must be savages as well. Enraged, the mage shouted back furiously, but the snake ended the argument with a cold tone, declaring that he would use the enchant stone to forge a deal with the Amyth dimension, and warning the mage to limit his experiments to the prisoners they supplied. The mage protested that such a plan was reckless, but before he could continue, a strange noise echoed from a hole in the stone wall. From the darkness, a towering skeleton knight emerged. He raised his head and introduced himself as Percival. The mage immediately recognized him as an ally of the knight they had slain and assumed he had come seeking revenge. With a twisted smile, he decided to test his power and destroy him. He activated a powerful 2-cycle fireball scroll, unleashing a massive explosion that roared through the cave. But when the flames subsided, the massive knight still stood firm, untouched and unharmed. The mage frantically prepared another spell, only to find that nothing happened. Confused, he turned toward the portal that had just appeared behind him, and his face froze in terror as he realized all his scrolls had vanished. At that very moment, a system message appeared, announcing that the hero had successfully stored every magic scroll using a total of 3,914 magic stones. Adjusting his headphones with a calm expression, the protagonist remarked that it was a good outcome and ordered his knights to handle the rest. Percival's radio suddenly flickered to life. The panicked mage screamed, demanding to know who had stolen his scrolls. But before he could react, the assassin appeared from the shadows and swiftly decapitated him in one precise motion. Earlier, when the protagonist had asked whether the enemy truly had a mage, Mordred had confirmed it, explaining he had seen and heard everything. The mage's name was Silzen, once an arcane sorcerer who had been exiled. The protagonist found the name intriguing, recalling how even the Skeleton King had mistaken him for a mage and mentioned the term arcane. The Archer Knight elaborated that arcane mages were divided into 3 ranks, with even the lowest being at the 6th rank. The sister commented that if the weakest among them were already that powerful, their full might must be unimaginable. The Assassin Knight added that the old man had been stripped of his powers after exile, meaning he could no longer cast magic. The sister laughed, saying a mage without magic didn't sound dangerous at all. But the assassin corrected her. He might have lost his rank, yet he could still wield scrolls. That revelation left everyone stunned. He explained that a scroll was a sheet imbued with stored magical energy. Though it could only hold simple spells, it was still a formidable weapon since it allowed anyone to use magic. The old man had been crafting these scrolls himself, keeping countless of them ready for battle whenever he needed their power. The protagonist pointed out 2 critical matters they needed to clarify. First, whether the other lizard men possessed scrolls as well, and second, what kind of magic those scrolls contained. The assassin admitted that he wasn't entirely sure, but after thinking back to their previous encounter, he recalled the moment the mage ambushed him. He had barely evaded the spell, and immediately used his stealth ability to conceal himself. Wanting to uncover more, he remained hidden inside the cave to observe. The chameleon soldier had reported that there was an intruder capable of masking his presence, and urged that they warn the others quickly. The assistant agreed with the plan, but before they could make a move, the assassin revealed himself from the shadows. In a swift motion, he struck again, cleanly decapitating the chameleon. The mage grumbled afterward, complaining that he had to do everything on his own, and that crafting scrolls was an exhausting ordeal. Even so, their pursuit had come with a heavy price. Lancelot had lost his life because of it. The protagonist reassured the assassin, telling him that the information he had risked his life to obtain was invaluable. Without that knowledge, they would never have discovered the mage's existence. For now, he urged everyone to focus on how to destroy the gate core. The archer pointed out that since the enemy rarely used scrolls, it was likely because they were difficult to produce, probably the reason the old mage hadn't distributed them among the lizard men. The lieutenant added that the fact both the snake and the old mage were stationed inside the cave, guarding the gate core, meant that protecting it had been their primary mission. However, he found it strange that the mage had abandoned his post to chase intruders. There were only 2 plausible explanations for that. Either their defenses were too weak, forcing the mage himself to intervene, or they were desperate to prevent any information from leaking, and had decided to use all their strength for that purpose. The protagonist concluded that if that was the case, then capturing the old mage would make the rest of their operation much easier, and mentioned that he might already have a plan. After reaching the 3rd level of Subspace, he had unlocked a new skill called Categorize. Within Subspace, every stored item was sorted according to specific criteria, and at the moment, he possessed 3 distinct categories. However, he couldn't yet create or modify them freely. Any item that didn't match one of the existing categories couldn't be stored inside. The only reason he had managed to seize the Holy Spear earlier was because its weapon type matched with the MF construction materials category. Recently, after defeating the traitor Bong Su, he had advanced to the 4th level of Subspace. With that upgrade, he gained the ability to create entirely new categories. That was when he devised the idea of assigning scrolls their very own category. Fortunately, Pack's storage ability functioned even across long distances, meaning the mage's scrolls wouldn't be safe, no matter where in the cave he tried to hide them. The protagonist then appointed his sister and the newly joined Great Knight to lead the assault team. However, the knight turned out to be so exceptionally strong that his sister never even got the chance to lift a hand. He tore through the enemy's defenses with unstoppable force. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, Mordred slipped in behind the mage and delivered a lethal strike. Back in the present, the protagonist spotted the knight charging straight toward the gate core. But before he could reach it, a massive tail slammed into him, hurling him violently through the air. Mordred quickly turned, realizing he had to reach the gate core before it was destroyed. Yet again, the The snake lashed out, sending him sprawling aside. He couldn't recall hearing about knights of this caliber before, despite all the intelligence he had gathered on their forces, which made him uneasy, fearing there might be even more powerful knights hidden among the enemy ranks. Determined, he decided to grab the gate core and make his escape. The assassin stared at the gaping hole, left behind in disbelief, wondering how the enemy had managed to flee through solid stone. The snake, meanwhile, understood that he couldn't face their entire army head-on, but he still believed he could eliminate their leader, who didn't seem particularly strong. It didn't take long for him to locate the protagonist. After all, the large tag painted across the helicopter made it easy to find. Without hesitation, the snake lunged forward, intent on swallowing him whole. Inside the helicopter, the protagonist remained calm and ordered the system to deploy a construction beam. Instantly, a massive beam shot downward from the sky, impaling the snake straight through the mouth, slamming him hard against the ground. The snake roared, coiling its tail around the beam, twisting it aside and smashing it to pieces. It realized then that the attack had been made using construction materials from the MF dimension. From above, the protagonist observed that the snake was still standing and told the pilot to keep their distance for safety. He immediately commands more metal beams to be sent, but the snake begins spinning wildly, deflecting every incoming strike. It then coils around a nearby building, climbing upward before spitting a stream of venom directly at the helicopter, the toxic liquid sizzling on contact. As parts of the craft begin to melt, the pilot stares in terror, watching the glass bubble and warp. Before the venom can eat through completely, our boy orders the system to retrieve it. In an instant, the helicopter vanishes into a radiant portal, then reemerges moments later, fully repaired and untouched by damage. The snake freezes, confused by this strange phenomenon, realizing it doesn't matter if the chopper gets struck again, since he can always resummon it. Our boy focuses on the true issue. The problem isn't durability, but that the metal beam attacks can't pierce the serpent's hide. Watching Tensley's expression, he wonders if it's time to deploy something stronger. A heartbeat later, a lightning-charged spear streaks across the sky, slamming straight into the snake's chest. The creature stiffens, a shocked growl rumbling from its throat. It recognizes the weapon instantly, Rocky's holy spear. Before it can recover, a second spear crashes in, tearing through another part of its body. Its eyes widen. How could the enemy possess two sacred weapons? Our boy then unleashes dual-circle ice magic, summoning an enormous frozen lance that hurtles forward and encases sections of the snake's scales in ice. The beast howls in agony, realizing these attacks are powered by stored scrolls. It roars that such tricks are useless, yet our boy notes the freeze effect slowing it down. As the serpent retaliates, he activates product recall, retreating into the glowing portal. Along with his team, the snake scans the sky, spotting the massive tag hovering above but finding no trace of them. Then suddenly, the hero and his entire squad emerge from a new portal, each wielding a scroll. In unison, they unleash a storm of dual-circle spells, dozens of ice spears streaking through the air and driving deep into the serpent's colossal form. "Target down," our boy declares, ordering everyone to fall back. He commands PACS to summon the Black Hawk again, and the team boards swiftly through the portal. As the helicopter ascends, he signals that now's the time to unleash everything they've got. Another portal opens, and the group rains spell after spell on the helpless beast below. When the smoke finally fades, our boy steps onto the fallen creature's body and demands to know why they invaded his world. With his last breath, the serpent rasps that they had no other choice. When pressed further, it whispers that he wouldn't understand. Soon, they would be the ones invading another realm. A system message appears. His dimensional account balance updates with 6,911 units. The amount merges into his existing total, bringing his magic stone count to 17,068. As the dust settles, he ponders what the serpent meant by being forced to invade. Then it hits him. The gate core must now reside within the monster's corpse. Mordred steps forward, assuring him there's no need to worry, reminding that their world has plenty of experts in dissecting such beasts. He and the other knights rush into the snake's massive jaws, ready to begin the extraction. And so, the hero receives another 33,638 mana stones as his reward. At the same moment, he notices that the reshaped terrain around them is starting to fade away. The assassin approaches and reports that while he was scouting the area, he stumbled upon several enchanted stones. The hero takes those stones and uses them to reinstate Lancelot into his army once again. Standing beneath the golden rays of the sun, the skeleton knight turns toward the hero. He expresses that their triumph was all thanks to him, admitting that he should have voiced his gratitude sooner. Lancelot, ever humble, insists that he merely did what any honorable knight must do, and thus, he doesn't deserve such thanks. The hero acknowledges that fulfilling one's duty isn't easy, so he tells him to simply accept the gratitude without protest. As he speaks, helicopters soar across the skies above them. In Korea, only Incheon had fallen during the territorial bidding war, and now that it's been reclaimed, most of the invading monsters have been eliminated. However, the land isn't completely safe yet. Lesser creatures like orcs and wyverns still roam about. It will take time and effort to restore order and rebuild the nation. Soon, the chief steps out of one of the helicopters, calling out for the hero. The protagonist finds it odd to see someone other than the operations head, as he usually only appears during dire missions. The chief explains that he came urgently because the foreign terrain is rapidly disappearing. More supply helicopters are en route. When his gaze falls upon the massive corpse beneath the hero's feet, his eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes it's the lizardman leader. He exclaims in shock, wondering how they managed to take down such a monster. Sometime later, a steaming plate of food is placed before them. The hero stares at it, drooling uncontrollably. It's been ages since he last had a meal like this. Everything had started right after his friend's mother was rescued. Once she was safe, she was sent into Subspace to receive treatment from his nurse sister. Out of gratitude, she wanted to treat everyone to a nice meal, but the sister reassured her that they had been eating well enough. When the conversation shifted to food, she mentioned her brother's unique ability. Upon hearing about it, the woman grew curious and said she had a close friend who happened to be a chef. She offered to reach out to him for help. That friend turned out to be the renowned culinary master, Ong Shik-ju. Using an endless supply of ingredients from the logistics center, he crafted exquisite dishes bursting with both taste and warmth. Even though ingredients were limitless, the chef only prepared each dish once. However, the hero stored those creations in his warehouse system, allowing him to reproduce and deliver countless servings instantly whenever needed. After successfully reclaiming Incheon from the lizard men, they held a grand feast to celebrate their victory. In the midst of their joyful meal, his brother's wife suddenly covered her mouth, looking uneasy. Concerned, the nurse asked if she was experiencing indigestion. The woman smiled and said she was fine, though her tension was clear. After quietly assessing her symptoms, the sister calmly remarked that they resembled early signs of pregnancy. When the meal ended, her husband stood up and revealed that they had already done tests. She was indeed pregnant. The room erupted with happiness. The driver cheered loudly, teasing that the hero was going to be an uncle. The hero smiled awkwardly but couldn't hide his joy, feeling as if he had suddenly stepped into adulthood. Yet in their world, good news never lingers long. Amidst the laughter and celebration, the colonel leaned in close and whispered to the hero that an urgent radio message had come through from headquarters. It was from the chief himself, requesting an immediate response. The hero answers the call and is instantly informed that the terraforming process is still ongoing. The chief explains that they've already shared situation updates with China and Japan through the remaining communication lines. Both nations are now facing large-scale terraforming events, and the effects are beginning to spread beyond their territories. Each country confronts a unique crisis. China is struggling with toxic gases leaking from the Beijing Gate, while Japan faces contaminated waters pouring out of the Fukuoka Gate. When the hero asks which threat poses the greater danger, the chief replies that the poisonous gases from Beijing are far more severe. He warns that even though the fumes haven't spread yet, swarms of mutated insects have already begun appearing. It's only a matter of time before the gas follows, he says gravely. The Beijing Gate must be sealed at once. Their forces intend to send reinforcements, but he admits that the problem is too large for them alone, and feels uneasy asking for the hero's help again. The hero cuts him off gently, saying there's no need to hesitate. If they delay any longer, the Korean peninsula will become a toxic wasteland. Of course, he'll help. Still, he voices concern that entering China without official clearance might cause international friction. The chief admits it could, but the hero remains firm. He orders the 3rd security unit to prepare for departure that very night. Ending the call, he resolves not to let his future nephew or niece grow up in a world plagued by gas and monstrous insects. It's time to restore Earth to its true form. With determination in his heart, he commands Pax to begin upgrading the subspace. The system promptly responds, confirming that 10,000 mana stones have been consumed to elevate his parallel dimension. Following the upgrade, several new functions become available. Among them is a new option to install a subspace portal for 1,000 magic stones. Without hesitation, the hero authorizes the construction, and the portal is successfully installed. Unlike his usual summoned portals, these new ones function in an entirely different way. Once installed, these portals become fixed in place and cannot be relocated, nor do they possess the physical durability to withstand enemy attacks. However, anyone granted access can enter them freely to reach the subspace, making them a remarkable tool for both defense and rapid transportation. His friend laughs, saying it sounds almost like cheating, then asks if he's heading to China. The hero nods, explaining that he plans to seal the Chinese gate first before moving on to Japan. His friend grins, teasing that he's turning into a global hero and promises to lend his help anytime. He also reveals that though he hasn't shown it much, he recently awakened as a swordsman. Before they part ways, he thanks the hero sincerely and wishes him safety. Kim nods in acknowledgement, lifting his hand in farewell. He reminds his friend to take care as well, before setting out on his next mission. Not long after, at Incheon International Airport, the captain of the 3rd security group calls out to a man named James, who's working underneath an aircraft. He mentions that the squad assigned to China has already arrived. The man crawls out from beneath the plane and replies that he's not finished yet. Soon after, the captain greets the hero upon arrival at the airport, informing him that they've been preparing an aircraft for their journey to China. He proudly presents the C-130J aircraft, a machine that looks like it was pulled straight out of a spy thriller. The plane is still being modified, as they expect to encounter monsters along their route. He assures them it'll be ready soon, and takeoff won't take long. Hearing that, the hero remarks that the engineers might be working underneath, since he noticed some lights down there. The captain corrects him, explaining that they only have one engineer assigned to the entire aircraft. His name is James, the same man from earlier. Right as they mention him, the man finishes his adjustments and approaches them, his muscular frame showing the toll of his work. Because he can only speak English, he holds a special mana stone that acts as a translator while he explains the modifications he's made to the aircraft. He states that he only reinforced the plane's underbelly, since that's the section most likely to be attacked. Before the apocalypse, he had worked as a professional aircraft engineer, and after awakening, he became a mechanic. Even before awakening, his skills were already exceptional. The hero hadn't expected him to be this talented and efficient. After inspecting the upgraded parts and checking the plane systems, they take a short break to distribute food and supplies to the personnel at the airport. The hero personally hands some food to the engineer, but that's when he realizes there's something different about this man. Despite living through an apocalyptic world, he refuses the food, saying he isn't hungry. His tone isn't cheerful or cold, just detached, as if he's indifferent to it all. Seeing that, the hero orders the system to send the food back to storage. The engineer's eyes widen slightly in surprise as he watches the AI drones move with precision. The hero catches this reaction and wonders if he could recruit him by offering access to advanced machinery. With his abilities, they could achieve groundbreaking results together in the lab. He offers him motorbikes and any mechanical tools he desires, asking if he'd consider joining his team. At first, the engineer declines, saying it's too soon to trust someone he's just met. But just as the hero is about to leave, the man calls out, asking if he truly intends to make use of his engineering abilities. The hero confirms it, and the man agrees to join on one condition, that he be taken back to America when the time comes. The hero replies that it might take a while, since his next mission after China is in Japan. The man shrugs, saying he doesn't mind as long as he eventually returns to America. Once he officially joins, the hero asserts his authority and generates a surge of Orabai, summoning dozens of Black Hawks and various vehicles right in front of the stunned engineer. He even pulls off a stylish walk-off, calling it the man's signing bonus. The engineer just stands there, dumbfounded, wondering what kind of overwhelming power this man possesses. With their new recruit on board, the team finally prepares to depart. As the chief had warned over the call, the situation in China is dire. Enormous insects are crawling across the ruins of collapsed buildings. They land their aircraft on an empty stretch of road and immediately enter the newly installed portal. Lancelot emerges first, ensuring that the area ahead is secure. Once he gives the all-clear, the rest of the team steps out. The hero dons a gas mask as the suffocating stench of toxic fumes fills the air. It isn't long before Anyang, the leader of Heaven's exile clan, arrives to welcome them. Thick clouds of poisonous smoke coil around the ruins of the shattered cityscape. The clan leader quickly closes the doors, sealing off the deadly air outside. He lets out a quiet breath of relief, thankful that the giant insects haven't managed to follow them inside. With an apologetic smile, he admits that the room isn't in great condition and apologizes for the poor state of their shelter. But the hero reassures him that it's perfectly fine and that he's grateful just to have a place to rest. He glances around the room, noticing several people sitting cross-legged, their bodies faintly glowing with a soft energy. Curiosity flickers in his eyes as he wonders what exactly they're doing. The leader raises his hand, explaining that they're using their inner energy to purify the air, allowing everyone inside to eventually remove their masks without harm. This technique, he says, belongs to those who have awakened from the world of martial arts. Across China, ancient martial sects have preserved their traditions for countless generations. When the monsters appeared, some of their disciples awakened with powers slightly different from those of ordinary, awakened individuals, while others manifested unique gifts like subspace control or healing. Martial artists gained mastery over a refined energy they could control through sheer will, known as inner energy. This power made them formidable beyond imagination. As a result, the Chinese government quickly gathered these awakened martial artists to stand on the front lines against the invading monsters. Their leader, Young, better known by his title, Mist Blade, reminds everyone that not all awakened martial artists share their same discipline, but they themselves were summoned by the government to protect the nation. Unfortunately, the ongoing regional competitions have made matters even more complicated. In Beijing alone, 2 separate bidding battles occurred, and their adversaries originated from a dimension known as Beelzebul. The hero observes that Beijing's population is nearly double that of Seoul, making it understandable that the city would host multiple competitions. The clan leader admits that their knowledge about the enemy remains limited. Their greatest problem is the poisonous gas released by the monsters. It's so deadly that ordinary soldiers, and even awakened ones without inner energy, die the moment they come into contact with it. Those capable of wielding martial energy can neutralize the toxins, but doing so drains them so severely that they lose their ability to fight effectively. Since they lost the bidding war, the gate opened fully, allowing even more of the monstrous insects to flood through. Once the detoxification consumes their inner energy, they're left vulnerable in prolonged battles. Worse still, they need a steady supply of clean air, and with the poison spreading ever further, time is quickly running out. Hearing all this, the hero simply smiles and steps confidently into his subspace. Inside, he has canisters of clean, pressurized air stored in his facility, so he decides to extract that air through his lab system and register it as a producible resource. This allows him to continuously distribute fresh air from his subspace without interruption. Within moments, the entire building is filled with crisp, breathable air. Everyone inside takes deep, relieved breaths, life returning to their weary faces. The leader stares at the glowing portal in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he's seeing. When he had first contacted the Korean army for help, he hadn't expected much. With normal people unable even to walk through the toxic haze, he assumed they would refuse. But the chief had boldly promised that their colonel would come personally. At first, he thought they were overconfident fools, yet now, seeing everything unfold before his very eyes, he realizes that he had been the fool all along. He quickly bows and apologizes to the hero for having underestimated them and causing unnecessary trouble. He then promises that they will not allow the gas to spread into Korea under any circumstances. The hero, a bit embarrassed, tells him there's no need to apologize. it's not his fault. The leader suggests that they may need a few days to recover and restore their inner energy, and the hero agrees without hesitation. Without missing a beat, he ships out delicious food from his subspace for everyone, and soon, a warm feast begins. After eating, they gather together to discuss their next strategy. The leader explains that the enemy bugs come in various types and are divided by rank. Most are classified as rank 8 or 9, but a few rare ones reach rank 7. The easiest way to spot a 7th rank bug, he adds, is to look for those that appear unique or strange, since ordinary-looking ones tend to be much weaker. Afterward, he moves on to discuss the possible location of the gate's core. As everyone listens attentively, the skeleton knight suddenly narrows his gaze, having noticed movement outside the window. He alerts everyone, saying that a strange-looking creature is lurking nearby. When they glance outside, they see it, a massive centipede, its grotesque body stretching across the ruins. Judging by its size and aura, it's likely a rank 7 monster. The hero can't help but fixate on its long, creeping legs, feeling a cold shiver crawl down his spine. Those legs already looked revolting when the creature was small, but now that it's this enormous, they appear even more terrifying. He can't fathom how something that massive moves with such speed, and suspects it might even be a 6th rank monster. The sect leader, however, corrects him, calmly clarifying that the centipede is actually ranked 8th. The hero is taken aback. How could something so gigantic be placed that low? The leader explains that, despite its grotesque looks, the creature isn't particularly powerful. Among insect-type monsters, centipedes rank among the weakest. Their intimidating presence comes solely from their overwhelming size and eerie movements. At that moment, Soul steps forward, announcing with a smirk that since it's only level 8, she'll take it down herself. Having been bored for far too long, she's eager for a fight. Declaring that no one else is allowed to interfere, she insists this one's hers alone. Her brother tries to stop her, but she's not planning to sit out this battle. The protagonist watches as his sister strides to the window, opens it, and leaps out into the poisonous night. He calls out after her, cheering her on and telling her to show that monster her real strength. The sect leader, however, looks deeply concerned. The hero reassures him, saying there's no need to worry. She's his sister, and he knows just how powerful she truly is. But the sect leader reminds him that the air outside is still thick with poison, and asks if she's even wearing protection. Only then does he realize, with a chill of panic, that she went out without a mask. Outside, Soul channels her lightning energy, her fist crackling with electricity. A fierce grin spreads across her face as sparks surround her arm. Then she launches herself forward, driving a thunderous punch straight into the centipede. Watching from inside, the sect leader frowns. He knows the poisonous gas will weaken her, and that the centipede's exoskeleton is nearly impenetrable. He doubts she can deal serious damage like this. Realizing the danger, he quickly orders his disciple Long Quan to prepare to move out. His plan is for himself to confront the centipede directly, while Long Quan rescues the girl if she's hurt. But before either can take a step, an enormous explosion shakes the entire building. Everyone rushes to the window in alarm. The sect leader peers outside, eyes widening in shock, because with just one punch, the girl has completely shattered the centipede's head, killing it instantly. She stands proudly amid the wreckage, laughing with satisfaction as she admires her own handiwork. The sect leader is speechless. Even he must channel a vast amount of inner energy to crack a centipede's shell. How could she destroy it without using any at all? His disciple observes that her stance closely resembles the legendary righteous fist technique. The sect leader begins to suspect that she might possess divine anatomy, a body naturally forged for martial mastery. But before anyone can celebrate, she suddenly coughs violently, spitting blood before collapsing to the ground. The sect leader instantly commands his student to heal her immediately. Later, once she's stable, the group regathers to continue their plans. The sudden attack disrupted their earlier strategy, but they quickly regain focus. The sect leader declares that they must press forward no matter what. He explains that identifying which bugs are rank 7 or rank 8 is difficult, but they must close the gate within 3 days. Their approach is straightforward yet perilous. Avoid unnecessary battles and move directly toward the gate's core. They already know its location, but the closer they get, the more frenzied the insects become. These creatures might lack intelligence, Yet their instincts drive them to protect the core with everything they have, making the journey increasingly treacherous. Still, under their circumstances, this plan remains their best chance. The sect leader then offers to teach Sol a few martial techniques and introduces his disciple as her sparring partner. Since there's no time for formal assessment, he proposes a duel to gauge her ability. Sol hesitates, questioning whether that's truly necessary right now. The student insists that training together will strengthen them both, but warns Sol not to take her lightly. She's second only to her master. The sister nods, accepting the challenge, and launches her first attack, her movements sharp and swift, boosted by bursts of energy. Their duel begins. The sect leader watches proudly, analyzing every motion, praising the distinctive martial techniques the girl employs. To the protagonist, though, her strikes just look like the same old punches he's been hit with countless times before. The sect leader remarks that if she ever mastered swordsmanship, her power would multiply even further. He offers to train her in the way of the sword. The protagonist politely declines for himself, but asks if his friend can learn instead. Since the sister hasn't awakened her internal energy yet, she uses her barrier power to amplify her jumps and blows. This adaptability allows her to absorb new techniques at a remarkable pace, and her growth astonishes everyone. The protagonist can't help but feel proud seeing how quickly she's evolving. She continues to train relentlessly, perfecting her strikes, barrier breaks, and close-quarters combat forms. Watching everyone push themselves harder in this foreign land fills him with renewed determination. He realizes he can't just stand by idly while the others advance. With a vast supply of mana stones, he resolves to craft new equipment designed to battle the insect swarms. His subspace has now reached level 5, unlocking far more advanced functions for his laboratory. The lab itself is now level 3, allowing him to simulate, visualize, and even test weapon designs through holograms before producing them. He starts with a concept for a bug zapper, but quickly finds it ineffective against larger monsters. Making it bigger only makes it inefficient and wasteful. As he racks his brain for better ideas to deal with the bugs, his sister-in-law suddenly enters the room. She confidently declares that she can handle it. He's doubtful at first, but then remembers that she, too, awakened as an alchemist. Thanks to her, their family had never lacked clean water. She goes on to reveal that she's been using his lab frequently during his absence.